How you doing, Divine? Appreciate the likes. Appreciate that. And the share. Anywho, how y'all doing? For anybody that's coming in, um, today's live. We are all apes. Every human that existed on the planet, what exists on the planet, is an ape. It don't matter what your ethnicity is, where you from. We're all apes. I'm an ape. You an ape. We all fucking apes. It don't even matter. Evolution is a real and observable phenomenon. Modern humans share a common ancestor with chimps that split off 7 million years ago. We are all one species, regardless of skin color. Modern humans migrated out of Africa between 50 to 70,000 years ago. There is more evidence for evolution than there is God. And the Bible don't count as evidence. That's like saying Michael Crichton's book of Jurassic Park is proof that there's dinosaurs on a fucking island in Costa Rica. What is? What's funny? I have some books for you. Ooh, what kind of books we talking about? Books are cool. Alrighty then. Well, is it relevant to the live? Because I mean, I don't know. How you doing?
I have a question. If evolution is real, how did the first humans take care of themselves? If we are all born as babies,
Huh?
if we are all born as babies, how did the first humans take care of themselves?
What do you think an ape just gave birth to a human?
I'm saying in evolution, like, what do you believe?
Well, if that's what you think, that's not how it works.
And
It's
how does it
not
work?
like it's not one thing becoming another thing. It's a population. It's a population over time changing.
I'm talking about in the
Getting
beginning,
small.
though.
In
If
the
if
beginning,
everything is born as a baby or a pup or whatever, how does it take care of itself?
human babies don't take care of themselves. So,
Exactly. So how did we evolve from whatever you're saying?
dog, that doesn't even make any remotely any type of sense. I'm sorry. Like that's literally like saying how did alligators evolve or some shit.
I don't believe in evolution, so I'm trying to understand what you believe.
Dog, there's other animals that take care of their babies. Like there's
But
baby
but
like
those animals that take care of their babies, they were also taken care of when they were babies. So I'm asking you, how did the first of whatever take care of itself?
the same way that you just explained it. If something
Okay,
is taken care like
okay,
I,
sir. Let's say you're the first human and I'm the second human ever like live, and you raised me because I'm the second human. How were you raised? Who protected you if you are the first human?
you can't there is no first. Like there's not going to be a single first individual.
So
Like
what is
you
evolution then? How does one become the many, or how does zero turn into the many?
so like I said, Evolution is changes in allele frequency over populations. So to dumb it down, basically think of like an advantageous adaptation, right? Um, Let me think of how to really explain it. So fuck. I don't know if you've ever noticed like goldfish, right? If you take like normal orange ass goldfish, um, like from the pet store, you let them go. Like it's really easy for them to live anywhere, right? Over time, depending on how murky the water is, some will, they'll just regain that like brown color. So it's kind of like it's like an adaptation.
They'll adapt to
Um,
their environment.
yeah, it's adapting to their environment. So like, as far as like with human evolution goes, they're like we're in the family. I think it's Hominidae. And it's a huge family, right? So we're literally just tool wielding bipedal apes. Um,
So, what do you think happened in the beginning then?
like what do you mean? Like that caused humans to evolve? Like the
What
trigger? Is
what
that what you're
caused
asking?
all of this? All this
Or
complexity, all this simplicity, all this good order and design? Because I don't believe in evolution, so I just want to know what you
Mhm.
think.
Well, I mean, if you believe in God, I don't necessarily think that evolution disproves God. And I mean, like if there is a God, I would argue that God could, usher evolution in. Because I mean, like me personally, I don't I think that there is a God, but I think it's the universe. I don't believe in a Christian God. I think that shit's whack.
You don't think
Um,
it's a personal God?
what do you mean by personal God?
Like it's not like God's this big mysterious person. Like I think the God of this world is a very personal God. Like he created you individually. You have your own individual soul. Your mother has her own individual soul. It took two people for you to get here. You know what I'm saying? I think he's a very personal God.
Hmm. I don't know. I'm just for that. I just guess I need to see more evidence for that.
Have you read the
Because
scriptures?
I'm just gonna be honest with you, dog. I'm not trusting the scriptures. Like
So,
I'm not look. Let me say this. I'm not gonna take the scriptures for like 100% for the simple fact that it's been how many thousands of years since they were written. People have like they're more than likely not even going to be one for one
but
because they had to have gotten retranslated and such, and people definitely have used them and changed them for their agendas and shit. I'm not saying it's 100% inherently evil or anything like that, but it's definitely not the same message that it once was. I
but
think, in my
you
opinion.
wouldn't know that because you haven't read. So for you to have a pre-assumption for something that you haven't personally like research is kind of intellectually dishonest in a way.
I mean, I used to be a Christian and a Catholic, so I mean, I have.
You used to
It's
be a
just,
Christian, so you had like the Holy Spirit, or you just used to go to church?
what do you mean I had the Holy Spirit?
Because like to be a Christian, to follow Christ is like to have the Holy Spirit inside of your soul. So when you say you were a Christian, did you just go to church or like
I mean, I went to church, like I went to, well, first, so I don't know what I was raised as. Like I just believe, like God, Jesus, Mary, all that shit, right? I went to a Catholic school and then I got baptized as a Catholic. I stopped going to like Catholic schools, but then we started going to this Christian church, right? After going there for so long, I decided I wanted to get baptized, and I ended up getting baptized as a Christian, and then I continued, that. But
how old
I
were you,
rem
may I ask?
shit, I don't remember when I got baptized as a Catholic. I was real young. I was like 8, maybe somewhere around that age. No, I was definitely
Too
no,
young.
yeah, I was around that age. But as far as like when I was a Christian, um. I was in my teen years. I'm 25 right now, though.
Somebody in the chat said evolution can coexist. Evolution could be a product of God. I don't know your definition of evolution because I know many people have different uh, definitions of evolution. The guy in the chat.
Well, from what I'm understanding is like the definition of evolution now is changes in allele frequency. I got to look it up specifically, but from my understanding, it's like small changes in an or in a population of organisms over time, right? So if it's advantageous, like say like the environment is changing and shit, like okay, for example, um, there is this species of lizard called the the wall lizard, right? They're over they basically are like they're all over Cincinnati, Ohio. Back in I want to say the 40s, I don't remember the exact year, but the stepson of the founder of Macy's, you can look it up. He went to Italy, somewhere like that, got I think 10 of these lizards and brought them to the US in a sock and then released them. And every single lizard that is alive in Cincinnati, Ohio today can be traced back to three of those lizards. And
Sounds like
somehow,
humans.
you said what?
I said sounds like humans.
Oh yeah, 100%. We do fuck shit like that all the time. I'm definitely trying to go to Cincinnati and bag me a lizard though. But um, yeah. Um, from what I'm understanding is like they're getting like bigger and faster and such. And if let's take it one step further. Chernobyl, for example.
Wait. The dude in the comments said something that I really wanted to get on. Microevolution and macroevolution. Evolution has never shown a capacity to create wildly new life. And I also agree with that. Because like you said, the different lizards with the different colors, it never made a new creation. You
Hmm.
know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Damn,
Well,
I'm a baddie.
Yeah, white
well,
people though they come from the Neanderthals, though
no, that's
we don't share a common ancestor with them. Like we come from the Homo sapiens.
My thing is like, how do we create all these complex things and we create all these cars and ships and planes and we don't think we have a complex being that created us? It just like, it's very inconsistent in a way.
I just wanted. I'm sorry. I just wanted. What the fuck? Not you, dude. Like that dude that just fucking joined and just said that slow ass shit and then just fucking dipped. I hate that shit. But I don't know. I feel like people just don't give humans enough credit, But the point that I wanted to bring up, Chernobyl. Anybody here familiar with what Chernobyl is?
Yeah.
Why the hell do you sound like that?
That's my accent.
Wild. Damn, buddy left. Well, my point is that there's a species of fungus that evolved to. I was supposed to see a fish. What? Okay. Anyways, there's a species of fungus that evolved or adapted to consume the radiation there.
Whoa. Um, One time I went to a My Little Pony convention, and in the bathroom there was some fungus that was like that.
That's gross.
I know
I don't doubt it. I
it
don't
didn't
doubt
taste that good.
Why would you eat it?
Why would you not eat it?
Why would you eat it? The
Why would you not
implications of
eat
what?
it?
Because bronies.
What's wrong with brownies?
Do not tell me you're a brony right now, brother. My brother in
I'm
Christ.
currently in my Pinkie Pie costume.
I'm sorry. I can't do it. Brother, why are we talking about a bass? This is we're not talking about my bass right now. We're talking about fucking evolution. And I already addressed in my video that I'm actively looking for a tank for it. Where the hell are my Crocs? Did my Crocs just despawn? Oh. Anyway, since somebody already brought up my fish, I'm just gonna say fuck it. I'm about to show y'all the fish. Just right there. All right. But yes, I do know that it is like it needs a bigger tank. Like I said, I'm actively working on trying to get another tank for him. I do want to go just do lives and do like little feeding videos and shit. But all the bait fish are like right here. I cast netted all these guys. Ooh, ooh. See, he keeps doing that. Like I think he's just too full. Like he's getting like interested by like the motions and stuff. You see how many followers I got? Ooh, ooh, get it. Oh, oh, bro. See, he teasing. He teasing. Then the claim needs to be about abiogenesis. What? There's so much shit going on in the comments right now. Anyways, I'm putting it back to the prompt. But yeah, I do want to like post lives of my bass and such, like just feeding videos. But I like to talk about evolution and biology and shit. Like, you know, like that's fun to me. Like I don't mind. I probably will be here soon posting fishing videos because I love fishing and plus I have reptiles and stuff. So I'm not gonna make it a fully bass account. But that's why I have been trying to post more bass feeding videos. But yeah, I am broke boy, and my job does not schedule me a lot of hours, so we're gonna have to work about that. Ah, yes, because science says if it can't be replicated, it's true. Totally. What? Well, I will say this. As far as abiogenesis, um, look into the Miller-Urey experiment. They essentially, what did they do? I think they created amino acids. They were able to recreate the conditions of early Earth. I actually will show it up. We don't know the exact method for abiogenesis. Hold on. I'm about to show y'all. I'm about to learn y'all something. Where's that? Boom. Miller-Urey experiment. Take a look. Use your looking orifices. Oh yeah, bro. Dude, like I don't know why I got so much views on that video specifically, and I had a muskie at one point that passed away. It was a baby, but that's neither here nor there. Anyways, we have good evidence it happened, but there's no consensus. Yeah, correct. So I just want to like speak on this for really quickly. The Miller-Urey experiment. Essentially, what they did is they recreated the conditions of early Earth. Ooh, I'm out of breath. When they theorized, like the primordial soup and shit. What they basically did is they recreated amino acids. I'm telling you, that's a sign to make this account for your bass. Damn. I'm saying, bro, like I'm not gonna make it fully about my bass, but I will post videos about my bass. Like I'm not disagreeing with you. Science only deals with natural laws, not supernatural. Keep that in mind. I will agree that there is probably a supernatural side to the world, but I mean, I don't know, shit. I did some wild shit too. I'm not gonna like I actually did some crazy shit. Like I've seen crazy stuff. Like I've had, weird ass supernatural stuff happen to me in my life. So I don't know. But yeah. I want to try to recreate this experiment because I don't know why the fuck not. If you're finna head out, all right, Jimbo, I'm gonna fuck with you. We're gonna put it back to the original prompt. There we go. All right. Anywho, yeah, I'd like to recreate that experiment because I guess it's been redone multiple times and similar results have been achieved, but I want to do it for myself for the simple fact of like, why the fuck not? And it's interesting. And plus I want to see it, for myself. I feel like if you want to know something as far as like with science, like that one experiment where the flat earthers, I don't remember exactly what it was, but they basically proved that the earth wasn't flat. And they were like, "Oh, if the light doesn't go or it goes through here, that means the earth is flat." And it didn't go through it. It was so funny. But do me a favor, all y'all that are here, hit the like button, or well, hit the like, share the video or the live. Oh my God, I act like this is YouTube. Share the live so we can get some more people in. Oh, hold on. How you doing, Rylander?
I'm hanging in there. How are you, sir?
Shit, same soup, different bowl. I'm all right.
I hear you. You know, it's another day.
Yeah.
So I'm not like your conventional, believer. I'm somewhere in the middle. I don't refute that evolution exists.
Mhm.
I'm even open to the idea of abiogenesis.
Mhm.
But I am religious, or I believe in a higher power. We'll put it that way.
Right.
Uh, no, and this is one of my favorite topics to talk about.
Yeah, mine too. Um, I will say this, just in my opinion, there's like more evidence for evolution than there is God, but I'm not gonna sit here and, say that God isn't real, you know, like
Dude, I respect that so much.
but I will say this, if well, my bad, my brain ain't working. If you were to come in the live and try saying that evolution isn't real, and you said you were a Christian, then I'm going to say there's more evidence for evolution than your religion being real, because there is, right? Like, but I do feel like if there is a God, I do feel like there is a God. I just don't think that it's Christianity, in my opinion. But that's just me.
I
Uh,
I think that's all a higher power could ask of someone.
yeah,
Just be open to the idea. Literally, that's literally the only thing they could ask.
I feel like if anything, the universe itself is God. Because if you really think about it, right? Like when you think about abiogenesis, all the chemical components, like ever, like literally every atom, whatever, came from the universe. Like it came from the inception of the universe, or sometime after that. It wasn't made from a guy, and even if it was God, God made in lore, God made the universe, and by proxy, everything in the universe. You know what I mean? So my thing is, I personally believe, and this isn't even objectively wrong, it's objectively true, but we're the universe experiencing itself. And like that's like I feel like that's the truest thing as far as like close to religion, that is objectively true. Because like as I said, the dirt, plastic, metal, the trees, the atoms in our bodies, like it all came from the universe at some point. It all came from somewhere.
I I completely agree with everything except and maybe you mean it in a different notion, but I mean humans are the universe experiencing the universe. I
Mhm.
struggle with that one.
How so?
Well, I just if you were to say that life is the universe experiencing the
Well, yeah.
universe, yeah, I could see that. But
I was just speaking for us, because like,
sure,
we're
sure,
we're
and
humans.
that's why we cleared it up, and
Yeah.
that makes way more sense to me, you know. But I do have some discrepancies with human evolution, and I know, like I'm on an anthropologist live like literally every day, and we discuss this kind of stuff, and we kind of have different views, but we also have a lot of similar views. But to me, I mean, there's just too many inconsistencies with Homo sapien that I have struggle wrapping my mind around, and that could just be limited education or something along those lines.
What are you confused about exactly?
Well, for one, okay, so maybe you can help clarify it. Lateral jaw movement is a big one for me.
Hmm.
Like, if gorillas are almost purely herbivore, why don't they have more lateral jaw movement?
Well, think about it, right? We our closest living relatives are chimpanzees, and look what the fuck they eat. They don't eat veggies. I mean, they don't
They they,
strictly. They
they
they they
also have restricted lateral jaw movement, don't they?
they hunt stuff. like they hunt like these things called bush babies. Like they're like these little it's like they kind of look like it's like a rodent primate looking thing. Like they got these big little eyes. They kind of look like chinchillas, but they'll sharpen sticks and they'll poke them in the trees, like in their little burrows to get them to come out, and then they'll eat them. Like
Raw?
chimpanzees, yeah, chimpanzees like bite people's fingers off and shit. Like chimpanzees are fucking metal. But
But their jaws are more structurally made for like force, not for chewing, right?
I mean, I'm not 100% sure because you do have to
Yeah,
think
we'd
about it
have to
like
look
this.
into it.
Yeah, but the thing is that we did not evolve from chimpanzees, right? The prompt here says modern humans share a common ancestor with chimps that split off 7 million years ago. So basically, we share an ancestor with them. That ancestor eventually split off into what would be the family that would evolve into to Hominidae, which is us, and then the family that would evolve into, or the genus or family, whatever, that would evolve into Pan, which is chimpanzees. So yeah, humans did not evolve from chimps, but um,
Right, right. Yeah, it goes back further.
yeah, we definitely evolved as, and it pisses me off when vegans try to argue this because human like they try to say that people can like survive, all people can survive on, vegetables or vegetation. Not everybody can
Maybe
do that.
maybe in 2025, but in 1000 BC, no.
Not even no, not even now. Like like not everybody can survive on it, but I'm not going to get into that topic right now.
Yeah, yeah, let's
Um,
just stick to the
yeah.
topic we've been on.
Um, my brain's getting a little dummy right now.
No, you're good. And I mean just so where did it split into Pan? Was it before Anthropithecus?
I believe I'd have to look, but let me see. I actually do have a picture of the human family tree, so I think I might still have it. Give me 1 second.
Are
Uh,
you opposed to the idea that Homo sapien was, whether it be through a substance in the environment or another life form
Stoned ape theory.
yeah, stoned ape theory is one way they put it. I mean, just and it doesn't have to be one of those, but are you opposed to like do you think there's definitive proof that there's no way Homo sapiens evolved with like it is 100% sure that it's
I
you know
think I think it's been disproven. I'm not 100% sure, but it wouldn't have been Homo sapiens doing it. It would have been like our early human ancestors.
yeah,
So
like back towards Homo erectus or Anthropithecus.
yeah, so I think I think that okay, so there's because I'm trying to read this. Give me 1 second, because I think the one on the bottom right, that's Anthropithecus. The left is it's something like that. I can't even read it. Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna look in my gallery. Okay, yeah, that says Ardipithecus. The higher left
Oh,
one
I've
is
been saying it wrong.
Australopithecus. What did you originally say?
Anthropithecus.
I okay, so yeah, I don't know what exactly is at the bottom, but yeah, there's a game. Do you play games at all?
Like video games.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not like super into it. Like I have a Switch. That's about it.
Okay, well, I don't know if it's on the Switch, but um, if not, oh well. But you could look into it. You could actually, or you could just watch gameplay. It's called Ancestors: The Humankind Odyssey. Um, basically, what it is you start off as the first like thing, I guess, that would have diverged from chimps, or not diverged from chimps, but like the ancestor that diverged from the ancestor of chimps. You basically look like a big ass chimpanzee, but you don't, like, not in the face. You know what I mean? Um, over time, you kind of like you're in Africa, and I forgot what time period, but it's like millions of years ago. You see like a bunch of crazy ass shit. You play as your troop. And the goal of the game is like you're basically trying to teach them how to be human. Like you play as them. You eventually learn bipedalism, um, tool usage. You go from being a strict herbivore to an omnivore, intimidation of predators. Like you could make sharp sticks and like stab or poke the hell out of tigers that try to eat you. It's really sick. But the game, and you do evolve over time. The species will eventually change, but the end species is Homo erectus, I believe, and then the game stops. You don't get to become Homo sapien, but I
No,
don't think.
that sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah, you get to climb and shit at certain points too, but like parts of the game, like you are a quadruped, meaning like you walk on all fours, but then like parts of the game, you'll walk through water and you'll be a biped, and like it like there's like traits that you can unlock. Like it's really really deep, but there will be a part of the game where you're a strict uh biped, like you're walking on 2 feet, you're running on 2 feet, like you look like basically an ape man. It's really sick. Like it's a fun ass game. I actually want to finish it because I never got to the Homo erectus thing because I damn near discovered everything. I don't know what the hell I got to do.
No, it sounds like a fun game to play.
Yeah, I would suggest just watching a playthrough if it's not on the Switch and if you can't you know play it yourself because it is a difficult ass game. But it's very very entertaining. It's a fun game. But Divine had asked earlier your your opinion about the evolution of whales.
Yeah, I'm scrolling the comments right now. Do you want to read it off to me or?
Give me a sec. Um. Oh, they asked. I would be interested to know if Rylander accepts whale evolution, as we know it.
So I is it tetrapod? Is that the four-legged? Uh,
Well, I believe we're all tetrapods, but they basically, from what I'm understanding. Oh, excuse me. I had to get a drink. Um, from my understanding, is that whales evolved from like ungulate-like animals, so like deer-like animals. But I think they were like carnivorous, so carnivorous deer-like animals. Um, it's animals like Andrew It's like this. I I don't know. I from what I understand is like the whale ancestors like started going into the water more to hunt for whatever reason, and then they eventually over time just evolved to solely live in the ocean.
I mean, I'm no expert, so this is just me theorizing. This is just me speculating. Um, I can see an avenue where mammals slowly, work their way back into aquatic life,
Hmm.
but I've also seen so there's a fossil they found in the Sahara, and they claim it to be a whale, but they have not found the tail fluke.
Hmm. It might be because of the vertebra.
Well, I mean the tail fluke should be there, and academia just lumps it in. They don't use
Well, I
evidence
mean,
to do it. They just lump it in because it makes sense. So my problem with the whole moving back into the water as mammals is that a lot of times academia is a fill in the blank kind of science.
Well, I mean,
A god of the gaps, if you will.
I I would argue that may be like early science, but not anymore. Because for the simple fact of like I could disprove the argument because there's seals, otters, and sea lions. And for the simple fact, like we don't always get like 100% of the fossil. Like you got to think about like that was millions of years ago. Like anything could have happened to the tail fluke. So chances are they're not like you there could like there's things like ichthyosaurs that look like dolphins or like look like sharks, but they're actually reptiles. They're like there's been things that have existed that look like whales and shit, and they were either fish or reptiles. And there is the first whale that they discovered they thought was a reptile. It was called Basilosaurus. But in fact,
That's the one I'm talking about.
yeah, because that was like long ago. You got to think about that. That was long ago. Like
So
people are
it may not have really fit into mammal category. It could have been somewhere in between reptile and mammal.
no. I don't think there's anything that really exists like that anymore. Like there's mammals that still have that trait of laying eggs, but they're still mammals. And it wouldn't be really advantageous to live in the water and like lay an egg and be a mammal
You know,
unless you're
go ahead.
shoot. I don't know unless they unless I guess unless they yes evolution talk. Oh shoot,
If
I
you
forgot.
look at the vertebrae of Basilosaurus, they do not fit the description of a mammalian vertebrae.
What would be a mammalian vertebrae to you?
So, I can go look it up. So don't quote me on this before I'll give you, you know, um, from recollection what I think I was informed on. The vertebrae isn't elongated enough for it to be mammalian. It's more reptilian with Basilosaurus. The vertebrae is the giveaway.
What does a reptilian vertebrae look like? How do you tell if it's a whale or a
It's
reptile?
not as fixed. It's more like I said. I'd have to go look it up, which will only take me a couple seconds if you'll bear with me.
Go for it.
All right, okay, don't go nowhere.
Where the hell am I go? Yeah, no, I 100% agree, Divine. It is biologically impossible to classify Basilosaurus as a reptile. The whole reason why they did classify it as a reptile originally is because I need to go back up. I need to go and look back to see when it was discovered, but it was like a fuck ass long time ago. Give me a second. It was discovered in 18 fucking 32. Basilosaurus was discovered in 1832. And if I'm not mistaken, the first dinosaur was discovered in like around the same time. So they probably, you got to think about it. That was when people were fucking seeing all these big dinosaur, big, animal looking things. They just thought it was all dinosaurs.
No, that's a fair point. I couldn't find what I was looking for, so I guess I
Yeah.
just have to concede.
I also will say this. I appreciate you admitting you're wrong. Shit, takes a, I, I hate doing it sometimes, but fuck. But
I'm a firm believer in, if we're gonna really discuss science, no one's really right. We're trying to get as close to the truth as possible.
well, I mean, we're figuring out mistakes every day. So there's a dinosaur that was it's called Saurophaganax, right? Um, Before it was described as a carnivore, right? Now they figured out that it was actually two different fossils that got mixed together because somebody decided to make a dinosaur. One of the dinosaurs was an actual carnivore, and it's an allosaur, so it's I believe it's being called Allosaur B, and the other was a sauropod, so it's keeping the name Saurophaganax. And like just a lot of other different things. That's why peer review is now so heavily like a thing. Um, I believe Piltdown Man or something like that. It was way back. I believe it was in the 1800s or maybe the 1900s. I'm not 100% sure, but there was a human skull, a fossil, quote unquote, that was found. They thought it was an ancient human, skull, but paleontologists, either it was paleontologists or anthropologists, I believe, who were also dentists, were saying that the groove marks on the teeth are not conducive with people who were existing back in the time that it was theorized that these skulls are from. And then, they were just like, nah, what the fuck do you guys know about? Fuck you. And then years later, they end up finding out that it was just a skull that was just thrown in the ditch to make it look old, and that those dentists were right. That's why peer review is such a thing in science now. You can't make a claim about something without there being, evidence. You know what I mean? Like,
Steer us another direction.
hmm?
Do you mind if I steer us another direction, or do you want to stay on our anthropology?
I mean, we don't have to stay on anthropology. Like, I would like to stay as far as like in the evolution type of thing, but the we are apes type of thing just typically gets people on here.
It's kind of on topic with that.
I mean, go for it.
Dude, how crazy is it that life even exists on the planet that we live in?
I mean, yeah, I think about that. I think about that every day.
Yeah,
I
it really complexes a whole field of imagination when you think about it.
hmm I just went out of town to Pennsylvania for a job, and it was for a moving company. Long story short, I recorded like I'm from Ohio. Uh, we drove to Pittsburgh, I believe. Um, the drive there was actually really nice. Like it was beautiful. Um, it was a lot of like green hills, with like a bunch of trees. Like I recorded a lot of it. It was really really nice. But it just really did make me kind of think like, damn, like this is beautiful. Like this, like I wonder what this looked like before, like all this, like all these buildings and shit were here. Like, the houses and stuff look kind of cool, but I mean, like, I don't know. I would have liked to see America in its like most pure state before all the fuck ass buildings were here.
I feel like that's just the East. If you go out West, a lot of it's untouched.
I mean, like it's not really like I guess like in Ohio, it is kind of really rural, but a lot of it's farmland too. That's the issue. Like, I don't know. I'm not untouched though. That's kind of wild. That's fucking
I
wild.
lived in Denver for a little bit, and I'll tell you, man, when you get up into the mountains, west of Denver,
hmm
it's untouched. It is nature at its most primal form, and it is beautiful.
So where when you said Denver?
I started in Denver, and then
hmm
Fort Collins, Greeley, kind of moved around a little bit, but the mountains are so much different than the high plains. Like, eastern Colorado, you got a lot of population going on and whatnot. You get into the mountains, there's no one there.
Mm. I like that, but I'm also I don't know. I'm afraid that like a fucking Wendigo or some shit is gonna come out the woods and
No,
eat me.
same page.
Like I don't know. Like I have the mentality. Like I'm not gonna lie. I'd be wanting to fight. I'd be wanting to fight some shit, but I don't know.
Yeah, Wendigo's a whole nother story.
No, I do kind of want to fight one, but I want to be strong enough to fight it. Like I don't know, like shit. If I'm gonna go out, I'm gonna go out my own way.
Yeah. No,
But
it is really really sacred nature out west, if I may say so myself.
are you familiar with the coqui frog in Puerto Rico?
No.
Okay, so it's literally a tree frog. It sounds like this. And there are Americans that go to Puerto Rico and they're hearing the frogs. Mind you, these frogs are in danger, and they're getting pissed off that they're hearing the frogs around their Airbnbs and such, and they go outside and spray them with chemicals and shit to unalive them.
I don't know how TikTok friendly I can remain, so I'm just not gonna comment.
I'm just gonna say that shit genuinely pisses me off, and
Yeah.
I want to go there and like
Yeah.
sit outside, play like I'm gonna like do some deep intel shit, and then find out which people are like doing that to the frogs. Sit outside with a bunch of little Bluetooth speakers playing the call, and I'm gonna come outside, and then it's all gonna be gravy and butter from there because I'm not gonna sit the rest on TikTok. But them people,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
sorry.
Don't pull me in. I don't want to get in no trouble, but same page.
For entertainment purposes, yeah, on GTA in the new Puerto
I'll
Rico
put that
update.
on my kid.
Huh?
I got a real problem with people that think that nature, I don't know. I don't want to get too,
No, I get
hippie
that.
hippie with it, but
No, you're good. You're totally fine with like, hey, I'm the same way. Like I'm the type of person like I got a live topic that's about how you shouldn't leave your fucking cats outside. Like cats don't need to be outside.
dude, I kind of agree with that.
Like it's so much. Look, I hold on. Look, I'm gonna change it right now. I'm gonna show you. Give me 1 second. I gotta find
I already followed you, or else you would get another follow.
it. Yeah, I see. Appreciate that. Thank you for the follow.
No, I look forward. Hopefully, you do another live, and maybe we can get some opposition up here, and we can deconstruct their. Maybe we can get into some deep discussions.
Yeah. So this is the PSA that I be doing sometimes. Um. Yeah, cats are detrimental and invasive species. You don't need a barn cat. Cats run the risk. Like they unalive 4 billion of our native birds annually. You run the risk of them getting toxoplasmosis and feline AIDS, and they can transmit that to our native cats, like the cougar and the lynx, bobcat, all that shit. It's just no bueno. Um,
Dude, you could tie this into so many archetypes.
also, oof,
I don't know how far I can push the boundary, but
just don't say anything like crazy. Like if
yeah,
you're if you're
yeah,
gonna if you're gonna talk about something passing on, say unalive.
for sure. I mean, so many people think like cats should be regarded as which I would own a cat. I would absolutely love to have a cat in my house, but
Hmm.
so many people regard them as just like this untouchable, just beacon of goodness.
Yeah,
And really, you need to keep them in your house.
yeah, they do. You do, and it really like pisses me off when people, because I'm sorry, like, and like stray cats. This is stray cats. It needs to be a complete culling. Like it does. There's no other option because the TNR, which is trap noodle release, it doesn't that. From my understanding. There's a guy named Oblivion who's on here who's like way more knowledgeable, but he says, uh, what is it? I think like you can do at least like 60%, like 60% in a what is it? An urban area with cats, but if it's in a rural area, you have to do like 98% of the population.
Good morning,
How you
gentlemen.
doing? How you doing, Don or
Doing
Dom?
great. You?
I'm chilling.
Good, good. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was
Are you good?
gonna.
You good? Did you have something you wanted to add to the conversation, or you
Yeah,
wanted
Yeah,
to
I was
we've
gonna
ask?
been getting kind
entertain.
of
I was gonna
stale.
entertain the evolution question. So if you don't believe in creation, could you give me an idea of what evolution is to you? Where it started from?
My
If
bad.
I may interject,
Go.
um, recent studies have shown that genetic material can form from abiogenesis.
Okay. So you want a, are you saying a single cell organism
I'm
became
I'm spiritual. I do believe in higher power, but I
okay?
also recognize that genetic material may derive from abiogenesis.
Okay. So and that's I can accept that. But what I would ask is if this is capable, if this thing is capable of reproducing itself, why would it split itself into two and then be forced to come together to make one?
I'll let the host address it, and I'll give my opinion later if the host wants to.
um. So, what was your question again?
Why would something that has the power to duplicate itself restrict itself to needing two of it to produce one of it?
So, from my understanding, um, what was it? I don't remember exactly what cell. I think eukaryotes. So, like all eukaryotic organisms, which is us, like prokaryotes are like simple celled like bacteria and shit.
Hmm.
Um, I believe it was mitochondria. Mitochondria was at one point. It was like, damn. Mitochondria was like its own single-celled organism, and I believe, from what I remember, it like developed a symbiosis with some other type of cell or something like that, and that's how we have mitochondria in our cells. Like it's something like that. But as far as like abiogenesis, there's an experiment called the Miller-Urey experiment. If you want, I could pull a picture of it up. It's a diagram of how it worked. But essentially, what they did is they tried to recreate the proposed conditions of early Earth, and what they were able to, they used non-organic materials like phosphorus and some other shit. I don't remember all what it was. I'd have to go back up and look to give you the exacts. But
Right.
the results of the experiment was they were able to produce amino acids,
Okay.
which like that is an organic material.
Right.
And I believe the experiment. I want to reproduce the experiment myself to see if like I come up with the same conclusion, you know. But I believe this has been produced and done multiple times. I will actually just pull it up for you.
Oh no, so
But
so I don't doubt that these things are possible. My biggest doubt with evolution or us being evolved from a single cell organism is why would that single cell give up its power to replicate itself and be hostage to having to have two of it to make one? That doesn't make sense to me, right? And then what you were talking about earlier about the likelihood that we would be alive on this rock, right?
mhm.
It's profound, right? It seems impossible, and that's what I think the creator is. The things that the creator does should be profound. They should put us in awe, right? Because
Mhm.
if we can duplicate and do everything that was done, then the creator is just at our level. He's like a human, right? But we would think that a supernatural or higher power would have higher capability than us. So we should be in awe of the things that it can do, right?
Yeah. As far as like the cell thing, I wouldn't necessarily say that it's like a, holding itself hostage because I mean like they did it for a reason. It was an advantageous,
But
thing.
I mean, if it's
Like I
survival, right? That's what most creatures are. They're they're in survival mode, right? Including man. Like we have this, innate. The majority of man has this innate fear of death, right?
Hmm.
So it's all about staying alive. Even in the worst impoverished countries, that we look at their circumstances as like, oh my gosh, I would never want to live. I would want to be dead instead of living in those conditions, right? Yet they get up every day and they live because of that innate part of us that has that survival instinct. Regardless of our circumstances, we still have that survival instinct, and that's the majority. I'm not saying all people are exactly the same, but I would say by foundation, by template, we all have that survival instinct.
Hmm. So, if you want to take a look at the screen right now, this is the
Okay.
Miller-Urey experiment. It says water. I'm not gonna lie. I never took chemistry, so all I know is H2O. But I mean, you could look up these chemicals. It says shit, CH. I can't even honestly read what the fuck that says. I'm not gonna lie to you. But NH3 and H2. So I believe it was hydrogen, chlorine, and then something else. But they did an electrical spark, which would have been at the top. Um, they had boiling water at the other side. Oh, C4 is methane. Okay, methane. Um, but the what is it? Cooled water and the organic compounds would have been collected at the bottom. H2 is hydrogen. Okay, yeah. Thank you, Nolan. Appreciate you, my boy. But yeah, so basically, what methane, water, uh, ammonia. Thank you. You're beautiful. And is CH whatever else is that chlorine? So yeah, all what Nolan said, all them chemicals in that thing with water vapor, electrical sparks, uh, and there's cooled water at the bottom, and that's what at the bottom you get the organic compounds, which
And
I believe were amino acids.
would you consider, hey, would you consider that humans are intelligent?
Yes.
Okay, so what is a human doing other than interacting with the environment that's around it and adapting to it or reverse engineering it?
I'm sorry. Could you say that question again? Because
Like,
I'm not
because
gonna
if humans are intelligent, we find
lie.
ourselves intelligent because we're the way we interact with our environment. But all we're doing is really deconstructing the environment around us. The things that make us seem intelligent is us figuring out that, like we say, oh, we found out that two hydrogen particles and one oxygen particle makes water, right? And then we think, oh, we're smart. But who put that there, and why is it so consistent? Why does every time you put two hydrogen particles together and one oxygen, it makes water, right?
I mean, I'd argue that the act of something like an organism actively trying to deconstruct something to understand how it would work, that's intelligence right there.
I
They're
agree.
actively,
I agree, 100%.
If I may, just say something. Um, Alon's has poked holes in my arguments, so I'm glad to have him on here, and I do want to hear what he has to say. But you guys can continue, and me and Alon's can duke it out later.
That's how I just joined because you were up here, man. I hope
I
there was no
figured.
there's no animosity, man. I think
No
you're a good dude.
animosity whatsoever. No, I
hey,
love the dialogue.
I need I need to do a quick PSA really fucking quickly. If y'all see any of these insects, because I've unalived three of them in the row, particularly the smaller one, fucking demolish it with all your heart and soul. Take out your fucking anger on it. These things are invasive and they're no, I'm being so serious. These things are invasive and they're damaging our trees. I just unalived a baby one. Like
What
I
am
don't
I
know what.
looking for?
Okay, look at the screen. The little black one with white spots, that's currently what's out right now. The babies are what's coming out. It's like the nymph stage or some shit like that.
Are they
But as of,
bagworms?
no, they're lanternflies.
Where are they at? What area are they at?
Well, I'm in Ohio, so I'd look it up to be sure, but I'd imagine around here, like all in these
Because
states, like the East Coast. They're
well,
damaging our
no, because
trees. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say is man, it was like 10, 15 years ago. I'm originally from Chicago,
Uh-huh.
and we had like the emerald ash borer, and it was like killing all the ash trees in Illinois. It's the same kind of deal as it's killing all the
Yeah.
trees because there's like no natural predator.
It's something, yeah, it's something like that. Like they go ham on the trees. Look, this is just how they just swarm trees and they'll just suck
Oh
the
wow!
sap out of it. That's
They look
laser
like
flies.
bagworms.
Nah, they're
You know,
just nah. Those
you
are
know,
flies. Those are
you know
flying
what they
bugs.
need?
Go
We
ahead.
need to bring back, man. We need to really have like the woodpeckers because like where are they from originally?
These are from Asia. Look,
Because that
this is a baby. This is what a baby one looks like. This is what's gonna be out right now. So if you see these, please, for the love of Christ, unalive them.
If you see me with cooking spray and a lighter, don't report me.
I'm not gonna report you.
Yeah, if I'm just walking around the street with that, what are those called?
They're called lantern flies.
I'm gonna be like, dude, I'm just looking for Latin flies. That's it, man.
They're probably gonna. People are gonna think you're talking about lightning bugs. They're gonna get pissed off at you.
Maybe.
Hold on, I'm gonna refine my prompt. All right. So what did you want to add to the conversation? About the prompt.
I don't know. Now you changed the prompt. I was kind of confused. Like, what is it exactly that you're talking about? Like, overview real quick.
No, we was talking about evolution.
Oh, do you think that evolution is like contrary to Christianity?
Uh, I mean, me personally, I don't believe that there is like the Christian God is real. I believe that there is a higher power, but I'd argue that evolution doesn't inherently disprove that God exists.
Okay. Yeah. No, I agree with you on that.
I would just argue that there's more evidence and proof of evolution than like actual religion. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to sit here and, I personally just don't think that it's Christianity. That's just my thing. But I just don't think that there's enough irrefutable evidence of, like, being able to prove, like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
actual, like,
Yeah. So, like, you believe in like
we find dinosaur fossils. We find frozen mammoth bodies. We
Right.
know these things existed. We have not found anything. Like, we haven't, you know what I mean? Like, to our
Yeah,
knowledge.
no, that's all good, man. Just so you know, like I'm a right-wing Christian extremist, right?
Mhm.
But I agree with it. So like you basically believe in like the first mover principle and like as a god, right? Kind of thing.
Elaborate
Like
on that.
kind of like a deist kind of view of things.
Could you elaborate? Because I'm not really familiar.
No, just the first mover. Like you said, you believe in a higher power. So like you would believe that like there is something there, but you don't know what. Nobody actually knows
The
what it is.
source.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all emanate from source. What
So,
like,
like-
Brahma
From the
Loka
sauce.
or
We emanate from the sauce.
the Empyrean.
Yeah, no, I could give this to you too, like even from the biblical text, right? Like, have you ever heard like John 1? You've
Don
heard
Juan.
like yeah, it's like in the beginning was the word, right?
No, I've heard of Don Juan though.
John 1.
Don Juan.
Oh, but the reason I bring that up is because if you read it in Greek, it's in archein logos, right? And it's so like we say in the beginning, but actually in archein logos means like from the source comes everything, right? That like the logos is the actual action or intention.
Is logos Greek for word?
Yes. So but like so like yeah.
I would argue that there is a supernatural side to life that is kind of unexplainable, because I have experienced weird supernatural shit. I've done crazy supernatural stuff. Like I brought a turtle back to life. Like I've had like ghosts interact with me. Like, so I don't know. Like,
Well,
No,
science supports parapsychology and parapsychological experiences, which are experiments into non-local consciousness and also deeper stages of altered states of consciousness. This was what the MK Ultra leading into some of the more modern gate projects and stuff, because they found that the classroom is the best place to actually test for a lot of these psychological
It's called quantum entanglement.
some parts of it. I mean, it's so what they're saying is like source is basically the source of the creation of all conscious light, which is basically condensating through higher dimensions of reality, which is the mental, which is the astral, into what is the physical. A lot of
You're on the right path.
the Vedic texts and some of those all spoke of a lot
down,
of
my
this.
friend.
Let him finish, Peter.
And went to try to meditate and to achieve some of these states to reach into those naturally.
So like that's I would say this, like, would you guys accept this, right? Is that religion, no matter what it is, everybody's looking for like, oh, show me evidence of God. But that's not actually what religion is.
I can show you evidence of God.
No, that's all fine. Like
Religion
I'm not
is good faith wrapped in control systems.
okay, so sure, but like what it's trying to do is, well, I call it the spirit, right? But not like ghost spirit or the Holy Spirit or anything like that, but like the spirit of culture, right? Like how we interact with
Culture.
other.
Wait a minute. You have to.
Let
before
him finish.
speaking- But
finish, brother.
he's not letting us explaining to us. You have to slow down and explain to us what you mean when you just come up with a word like spirit of culture.
Well,
What do
let
you
him
mean?
He's trying to.
let him do his thing, and then
Yeah, so
dissect it.
I appreciate that. So what I'm saying is like small s, right? Like team spirit, like the way we interact with other other people, and the way we produce civilization. It's not about like the material world. It's more about like how we interact, the culture that we have. Like I think it was Chuck Colson that said, culture is religion incarnate, right? So it does matter our religion, what we believe in, and how we interact with other people, compared to like just like, oh, this is just what's happening. You know what I mean? Because humanity does need a basis of how we interact with other people. I'll give you a quick example. I don't know if you
Wrap
guys
it
know.
up. Other people are wanting to talk.
I just let me quick finish and then I'll stop. Is like we could take like even from my friend Newlander who only wants to go off the New Testament. You could take the New Testament and you can produce a beautiful civilization out of it. You take the Humanist Manifesto and it would absolutely just destroy civilization. You couldn't produce a civilization out of the Humanist Manifesto.
All right, Peter, I know you wanted to go, so go.
All right, so I'm going to be very simple. It's kind of difficult to explain quantum physics to for example, to an ant, right? It's the same difficulty to explain the nature of life to humanity. However, the answers are very, very simple, and they're in front of you. Nothing that you see here, everything is vibration. If you look at from atoms and electrons, and you go even below that, you'll see that everything is caused by vibration. You are a vibration. You're living in some sort of a matrix. Now, I don't want to go beyond that. I don't want to say anything beyond that. But you're living in some sort of a
Wrap it up.
So I'm gonna wrap it up.
Chill out.
So
Hey, chill out.
okay, I'll be quiet.
No. You're good. People.
I know.
No.
I wanted
Peter.
to. Oh,
Hold
sorry.
on. Peter, you're fine. But what we're
right.
not going to do is rush people.
Sorry,
Let's
sorry.
not
My
do that.
apologies.
So since we're living in a matrix, and there's very small probability for you to have existed and not to have existed, just enjoy your life and be the best person that you can. Don't try to understand. Maybe some knowledge is not worth for you to know. Just enjoy it by day. You're lucky to be alive. Enjoy the leaves, the wind. That's all. That's all I want to say.
Do you mind if I engage with that? Actually,
Can I speak?
yeah, go for it.
I wanted to, if you don't mind, Alonzo. So just like whoever mentioned that God speaking, right? It's only the interaction of our tongue against our throat and our vocal cords making a vibration, just like Peter was saying, right? It's telling you that everything is built from vibrations. But how you doing, buddy? most people can't decipher the words of their own doctrine to understand what it's saying. Like even the 7 days of creation, if you actually read the scriptures, it shows you that it wasn't 7 days of cycles of the sun and moon, because the sun and moon weren't created until the fourth day. So how could time be based off of how can a day be based off the sun and moon if they're not created until 4 days later, right? So when it says a day, people take it literally that it's saying, because there's a comparison that a day is like 1,000 years and 1,000 years like a day to God, and people take that literally, but it's actually just saying that time is irrelevant to God. A day is like 1,000 years. It's an extreme to show you how extreme that time doesn't matter to God. A day is like 1,000 years. It doesn't mean anything. Time isn't a thing. So these days are phases. They're not
That's
definitive
literally,
time frames. They're
and
just
I
phases.
just would like to
In phase one, I did this. In phase two,
my bad. I'm sorry. I thought you finished talking. Go ahead.
no, you good. Go ahead. Go ahead. Interject. No, because I want to hear
You're
your
okay. So
point.
you said like the quote unquote days that God created the earth, like they're not actual days. They're just like kind of like they could be like different like thousands of years or whatever.
Yeah,
I've
just so you know,
always
like I said, just real quick, I as a right wing Christian extremist, I agree 100% with what my friend just said. You know, like people take some biblical stuff like way too literally.
yeah,
Right.
I've
And I think
always
that's
like
what causes
argued that
strife. Go
those
ahead. I'm
like
sorry.
days could have been like you know not even just days. It could have been like millions, hundreds of millions of years. And
So
that's just me.
can I interject
Absolutely.
here?
Go for it.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we have to look at space
Yes,
time,
sir.
right? Time can be manipulated when if the mass is heavier, time becomes faster the closer that is to a heavier mass. So time in Jupiter is a lot faster than time in Earth. Time in space is because there's less gravity. It's slower than the time in this planet. So when you look at satellite time, it adjusts for Earth's time before they shoot it back into your phone to tell you what the real time is. So we know time is something that can be manipulated and something that can be controlled. Scientifically, we understand time is its own dimension. But when we talk about God, we're talking about singularity. Okay, he's infinite. He's the only singularity. Okay, because God is energy. Energy cannot be destroyed or created, and we're part of that energy because we're a manifestation of that energy. So, but what I'm trying to say to you guys is, if you knock, the door will be open. If you seek, you'll really find it.
Absolutely.
So keep on seeking, but just understand that science and miracles are one and the same. It's just things that we cannot comprehend in our mind right now. When you see a miracle, you say, "Whoa, this is so miraculous! How did this happen?" It's a form of science you cannot understand. It's a form of quantum physics you cannot understand.
Hey,
It's a
excuse me
higher
if I'm overstepping, but out
level. You
of
should be in
respect for
awe.
the host, let's stick to science.
How
But
to
like, if yeah, so hold on,
No, it says prove
if
me
you don't
wrong.
mind.
well, the problem with sticking with science is when you go to quantum level, quantum science, quantum physics. Our understanding of this nature of science disappears, where things appear in two places at the same time. Where we understand that we are we understand that we're living in a matrix, a form of a matrix. Our reality is not what you expect. So you can't say you. Well, I mean, look, this is you guys' platform, so I'll let you guys go
Yeah,
ahead.
can I ask a quick question to you, real quick, Peter? Is like you're talking about the Matrix. Are you a big follower of Andrew Tate?
No, no, but there's a book. There's a book I want you guys to read, but it's called The Cabal.
The
And
Cabal.
No, I'm out.
all right, so I mean, it's not Kabbalah. It's not like the Jewish
Oh, okay.
mysticism. It's a different so, and anyways, look, the truth has been out there. Okay.
Is it the
Uh,
Kybalion?
But
Is that what you're
I have
saying?
I have a question that has to do
The
with.
Kybalion's pretty good. That's actually,
Yeah.
I think it was Hermes
Yeah, that's
Trismegistus.
right. The Hermesis. Yeah.
Yeah, so that was actually a Greek, and they talk about. I actually think I might have the book somewhere. That was a good book. They talk about the law of polarities, vibrations, and all this back in ancient Greek, which is honestly, which
even
I thought was crazy because a lot of these practices are very similar to a lot of what quantum mechanics principles we're actually looking to be based on.
Absolutely. And
so it's like they also understood about the laws of quantum mechanics back in ancient Greece.
You take
There's nothing new under the sun.
It's not even come from Greek. That practice
Hey, hold on.
happened long before the Greek civilization.
But yeah, it's an even older because I think it was taught in some of the mystery schools.
If I may, and maybe the host doesn't want to, but maybe he wants to, give us a direction where he wants us to go.
I mean, I just wanted to bring up the fact that I just wanted to ask y'all if y'all heard about how that there was an AI that was like what was it? It was basically going through an existential crisis. Like
AI is so dangerous, man. But
I don't even think it's dangerous. It's the fact of like
he's saying AI experienced a moment of dread.
Yeah.
AI is telling me that the universe does emanate from consciousness and that the mainstream narrative has like a 15% chance of being correct versus alternative theories. It's basically said all the answers are out there, but they're just kind of telling me that I have to dissuade against my trained assumptions against what they're calling French theory.
All the answers are totally within the biblical text.
What do
but
you
anyway,
mean?
I have a quick question for you guys, because because you got like evolution stuff going on. Here's the question, right? So they can kind of like scientifically like show that like how something can naturally produce like a protein, right? You know what I'm talking about. But they can't understand how a whole cell is made, and maybe they could, but then they can't explain, and we haven't figured out how a cell can self-replicate, right? Now, even if they were able to figure it out in whatever, I don't like using the term, but I'll use it, and naturally process how a cell was able to self-replicate, what would make that cell stop self-replicating and be able to create a form?
Morphogenetic fields. That's actually a legitimate thing. There's a Dr. Michael Levin. He's a researcher who actually studied planaria, which are the immortal worms. And he was wondering, well, how do you know which side's your head and which side's your butt? And so you could actually look under certain frequencies or whatever, and he said he could actually see morphogenetic fields. And so that's how animals and actual bodies and stuff
let's look at what the
generate
host
into
has
their
in the big book.
form.
I'm gonna need y'all to do me a favor and read that.
Yeah.
Somebody read it out loud, because I have terrible vision.
Okay, cells are believed to have evolved from common ancestor with all present-day cells, both prokaryotes
Yeah,
and
they're all
eukaryotes, descended
believed
What
to be
is
like
this?
prokaryote that got some DNA.
Yeah, can you guys, somebody actually read the whole thing and
All right.
not get
Read it.
Cells are believed to have evolved from a
earliest
common
cells are-
ancestor with all present-day
earliest
cells.
cells are
Slap
thought
him
to
with
have
that
earlier-
mute button. I want to
and
hear
eukaryotes.
this.
Descended from this single cell. The earliest cells are thought to have emerged from the enclosure of self-replicating RNA in a phospholipid membrane at least 3.8 billion years ago. Over time, these primitive cells evolved through it's hard to read, but evolved
Thank
through
you.
processes
Thank
like
you, for
endosymbiosis,
giving
where
your rest.
prokaryotic cells were engulfed and eventually became part of the eukaryotic cell.
Yeah, so here's
Oh, he's
my-
got another.
more.
Yeah, y'all
back.
gonna learn today.
The
Y'all gonna
scribble,
learn
the
today.
scribble. Read it again.
Again.
I'll read it again.
Initially, RNA may have served as the primary information storage molecule, but over time, DNA evolved to take over this role, while proteins, with their greater structural diversity, took over the catalytic functions. Present-day cells are believed to have evolved from a common prokaryotic ancestor, giving rise to three main lineages: archaea, bacteria, and eukaryotes. Eukaryotic cells are thought to have evolved from prokaryotic cells through a process called endosymbiosis. This involves one prokaryote engulfing another and a symbiotic relationship developing, where the engulfed cell eventually becomes an organelle within the larger cell.
Does that include prions?
Well, it seems like it would include mitochondria.
Look up Dr. Michael Levin.
But like,
He does research on the morphogenetic fields, because a lot of DNA talks about how to replicate cellular material, not when to stop or how to actually build the form. A lot of it is just how to build the cellular like structures and all of the actual functions within all of the cells. So, the morphogenetic field is the actual like structure of the body.
yeah. So like, how do you get what I'm saying though? That is obviously an intelligence.
Right. And then on top of that, if you read those passages again, how many times does it say believed, thought to? It's not knowledge, it's not fact, it's belief, just like belief in God. It's easier for me to believe that there's an intelligent designer than trying to believe 700,000 other things. Like,
Yeah,
read those passages.
at the end of the day, it took intelligence. And what is that? It's a transcendental, whatever that intelligence is that created all these things. Like, whether you want to believe in Christianity itself or whatever,
Right.
there is, without a doubt, an intelligence
Intelligent
behind
design.
that.
Absolutely.
But you're just
That's
kind of
the
assuming
topic
that,
I
though.
want to get into.
But like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, there has to be something there to create a form, to say,
Rylander, what do you I'm sorry, Rylander, what'd you say?
That's the topic I want to get into.
Okay. Let's take it there. What would you like to?
So I personally believe that Christianity or Judeo religion got a lot of their, I mean, it's basically just Genesis, but they got it from Mesopotamia.
where would you get that from? That, like, to be able to do that, to say that like Genesis came from Mesopotamia, that has nothing to do with what we were talking about. However, I would say this, right? I don't know if you know this. Have you read all the Mesopotamian books, or have you just heard other people say it?
They're still deciphering them, so no one's read all the text. But
so then, why would you make that assertion?
well, there was oral tradition at that time, and
There's no evidence of an exodus out of Egypt. And honestly, a lot of the Old Testament is picked up from a lot of old Sumerian scripts. It would honestly go to...
where did Abraham
He came out of Canaan.
Where did Abraham come from? He came from Ur.
Yeah, so there's nothing wrong with that, right? So would you say that there's a common understanding of the biblical text? Like, there's obviously like many differences, right? So like, you ever hear of the Texas sharpshooter fallacy?
No, and I feel like we're getting off track.
Yeah, you brought us off track, my friend.
No, you guys brought it up, and
what did we bring up about Mesopotamia? I'm kind of confused.
So back to the morphogenetic fields, you know what's crazy is this Dr. Michael Levin was able to actually, he took one of these worms and he was like, well, if this is your butt, could I turn this into your head? And he actually was able to adjust the morphogenetic field, and he could make two-headed planaria. And what's crazy is these worms, no matter how much you cut them, they self-replicate and they divide into multiple worms. So he
So it's,
got
so
cutting
it's, it's,
I
them
don't
up and
understand
had
the
a bunch
point.
of two-headed worms.
it's
So what's your
adapting
point?
to its environment.
I was redirecting us on to a more beneficial
Yeah, no,
track.
I agree with you. I understand what you're saying, but you're not understanding what I'm saying. You still have a worm, correct? And
Yeah,
you still
but all beings have a
hold on.
I
morphogenetic
don't have
field,
a
even
worm.
plants.
just Rylander doesn't have worms. We're all good with that. My point being is, it still has an intelligence to it, right?
No,
I'm not saying it doesn't at all.
I'm just kidding.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that honestly, I believe that there is more of an intelligence than we perceive.
Well, yeah, we've actually a lot of science, a lot of newer science, just on in general animals, has kind of been proving that they're more intelligent. A lot of them actually do make free choices. It's limited free thought, like compared to ours, but it's still like, do I want to go left or do I want to go right? Do I want to play with the blue ball or do I want to play with the green ball? And they actually decide these things for themselves.
Hey, I grew up on a ranch with a bunch of animals, man. If you say that they don't feel, they don't live, like that's just a fallacy, man. Like, I don't know.
Y'all want to see something cool?
Haven't they like actually like done like studies and like even we don't understand it at all, but sorry, even plants, they realize plants are communicating in some way that we don't understand.
It's a vibration.
Oh, they are absolutely. Yeah, either through the mycelium networks underneath, like all the fungal connections, or they like can actually, I believe, like send signals through just the air. Like they'll pick up on like actual sensory input.
Absolutely.
It's pretty crazy because like
Snap.
yeah,
We'll stay on
That
your
guy's
live
cool.
as long as you'll allow. But I do want to ask Alon's if, whenever we're done on here, if he'll join me in a live that I host and we can discuss theology. I don't mean to advertise or nothing on
Picking
here.
that guy up, huh?
no,
I
man,
Me and
got a little
Alon's,
turtle over
we've
here.
been going. Yeah. We've had a little bit of back and forth.
Is his,
if you want to do that now, man, because like honestly, you guys are way
Yeah.
smarter than me about this stuff. But my only point being is always that like
Well, I want to keep your live going.
Well, I'm always down to push the status quo of defined knowledge because it always does need to be pushed. But being overly skeptical also is detrimental.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I just so you know, like me, one of my favorite at this moment, like over the last few years, one of my favorite biblical verses is, "Blessed are those that are poor in spirit." Right. The reason I say
Amen.
the reason I say that is because like you guys are obviously very, very intelligent on the scientific front. You know, one of the things that I've had a problem, like I'm not scientifically minded at all, right? Like I have like a more theological. I love anthropology. I love like that kind of stuff. My point being is like
That's pretty cool.
what always scares me is that we don't understand that actually like the ideas that we have in our head are like figments of our own imagination in a way, and it actually matters the way we interact with people, the way we create civilization, the way societies are built up. That's what's always way more important to me. And like
all of that stuff is social constructs, isn't it?
but the
If we all
social
hallucinate
constructs matter,
reality,
right?
it's a lot easier if we all have a shared hallucination.
Yeah,
Alon,
it's true.
Alon's, whenever Snap kicks us off, will you join my live?
Yeah, I don't have a
Snap
ton of
off
time,
here.
so that's why I was saying we can do it now because that would
Okay,
like,
give me a time frame.
I'm just like
Do we need
this
to
is
go
like,
now?
yeah, we can go now. I'm not. Like I said, you guys, the science stuff, man, it's like beyond.
Snap,
Yeah,
Snap,
so
I
like,
don't want to use your live to promote my live, but if you give me permission, I will go start a live where me and Alon's can duke it out over theology.
As I've understood Snap for a while, he isn't theologically inclined, but we do have plenty of theological discussions, and almost every time we talk about evolution, it has to go into theology.
I mean, we can
Yeah.
do it here, but it's gonna go straight into theology. It's not
Yeah,
gonna involve.
it's pure theology. I
Fuck
I
it, get
did.
it over with.
The only thing I would say, guys, is like me
Just
personally.
kiss and get it over with.
Me personally, man, like I love people that are scientifically inclined. I really do, and I would always, even if scientific people don't agree with me, like in the Christian faith, I would still defend your right to be able to investigate the scientific community because I think it is absolutely beautiful, and it does
I'm
matter.
talking no
I
holds
think
barred.
all knowledge is beliefs, and you should just research all beliefs and find the parallels within them all, because that's probably where the truth lies.
Hey,
Yeah,
I
the
can
rest
get
is
on board
bullshit.
with that.
Well,
I
I know
think you're
this.
dead on.
I know everything. And if you guys don't believe me 100%, that comes out of my own brain, you guys are all wrong and I'm right. I'll say that.
Well, I beg to differ.
I'm kidding. All right. I'll drop off, man. Have yourselves an amazing day, man. I appreciate like that you like always are speaking a language that I could never actually grasp.
If I go start a live, are you gonna join along?
Yeah, I'll join you, man.
I'm gonna go start a live.
All right.
All right, y'all take care.
Very much.
Hey, man, thanks for having me up, buddy, man. I
Yeah,
appreciate
no
you.
problem.
I got you followed, so hopefully we can do this again.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I got no problem with that.
I gotta go duke it out with the Longs.
All right, good luck.
Hey, I think I'm gonna jump down though too. I gotta go get ready for the day.
All right, you have a good one.
You too.
So, anyways,
So there were 3. And do these 3 agree?
So I think that science, with as far as we tear down everything, we see intelligent design behind it. It would lead me to believe that there is an intelligent designer. If I would call myself intelligent and all I'm doing is read or reverse engineering my environment, and I say I'm intelligent because I figured these things out, who put these things here? How did they get here?
Mhm.
You know, Juan Ruiz and his team would suggest that it was abiogenesis. But I am personally a believer that God created evolution, God created the Big
Correct.
Bang, God
Yeah, and
created the cosmos and everything within them, and it was always destined to pan out how it has.
So when you say destined, how would you define destined?
A God that knows everything about the creation that they've made, everything that can be, will be, has been,
Right.
won't be.
Right. Okay.
That-
So as
They
an
would know that
individual,
when
how would that
they're
apply
creating
to you?
things, they would know all of these things would eventually happen. And so there's no reality we exist in where they do it and don't know that.
Right.
Then that's not an intention.
So as an individual, how would you view if everything is mapped out, how do you view your existence as an individual?
I mean, I think this world is a realm of learning.
Okay.
I think having the choice to, the choice not to, and then when you have something, you always also have the antithesis to it. I feel like these things create a lot of neutral ground, and that neutral ground gives you the ability to choose. It gives you the ability to think for yourself. It gives you the ability to learn. But unfortunately, there's a lot of bad that comes with that, isn't there?
Absolutely. So that's the argument that I have with many people who don't believe in God, is why would God allow things to be as bad as they are? A good God would allow. I said it's not God. It's the free will. It's that gift that He's given us that's like Him. We know our free will is not unlimited, but within our environment, our choices that we can make shape the environment that we're in, and it's the choices that we're making that are making our environment the way that it is. It's not that God intended it to be this way. It's that man has taken the gift that God has given us and we misused it and created this chaos.
I will say this: God intended it this way. He knew this before. He knew what was going to happen before he even made us.
So,
It
well,
doesn't mean God desired it this way.
I don't concur with that because I don't think that just because so if God knows everything and sees everything, right? It doesn't make it so that I don't have choice, right? It doesn't mean that God wanted it to go this way. God has just seen it all. Whether he wanted it to go this way or not, he's seen it all. So he can tell you that, you know, I've seen 47,000 different directions that Adam and Eve will interact in the garden. On one of these paths, they don't eat from that tree. With the hope of that path manifesting, I'm going to allow this to be. But I've seen the other 46,999, they end up eating from this tree, and I got to implement a plan to bring them back to me, right? So the Adam and Eve, it was not, I don't believe it was God's will for them to eat from the tree because he told them don't do it. I don't think that God would toy with people and say, don't do this, but want them to do it.
So, if I, as a being, know the certain future of all things, I know the future that will be, that is for certainly going to happen, and I know the futures that aren't going to happen, but there is still a possibility that they could happen if you give a being free choice. However, being able to see the future is seeing the future. If you know what's going to happen, you know what's going to happen. If you create those beings and you put them in that garden and you know that they're going to turn against you, you have
So
to
God's
intend it.
toying. So is that a good God to you? Because in that circumstance, then God is toying with you. He already knows that you are going to do this, and then says, "Oh, well, don't do this, or this is going to happen. I know you're going to do this. You're going to die." Or why make a if-then statement? If you do this, then I will do this. If
A
you do
lot
this,
of theologians will say that it's because God wanted to create beings that could choose him. And to choose him, we had to partake in the eating of the fruit of the tree of good and evil, of knowledge of good and evil.
but they didn't have to. They had chosen him by not eating from it. When they ate from it, they chose something else.
Well, they chose to be like him, that is true. But that was by getting the knowledge of good and evil.
And what was that knowledge?
It wasn't just like they got true discernment immediately. It's that
They
now
did.
they can understand
They got
what's
true
good,
discernment.
now they can understand what's bad. But it
But
would
what was
seem
that?
the only way you learn that is by experiencing bad things like mortality and pregnancy and sickness and illness and all these carnal desires and temptations. And then
Right.
also you get to experience all the good things of a loving marriage, of children, of so many other different things that now you will understand what good and what evil is.
The difference between good and evil was extremely simple. Adam and Eve, all they did was eat from this tree that God said not to.
I feel like
Right?
that's a gross overstatement that not you, I, or any human can actually say, especially if God is real. If
No,
evil
no,
is so
no.
evil,
It was. It was
None of
very
us would
simple.
fall into it, huh?
It was simple because God said that man has become like us to know good and evil. This was this was one circumstance, and God says man has become like us to know good and evil. It was simply the obedience to God is good, disobedience to God is evil. That was it. If they had not eaten from the tree, they wouldn't have felt the shame. They wouldn't have been naked. They wouldn't have hid themselves. They wouldn't have feared death. All these things came about because they disobeyed God. It was that simple.
they were
Obey God.
sinners, but they certainly were not evil.
Yeah,
Evil
evil is the disobedience to God.
Evil is a
That's
gross kind of sin. Even in like biblical standards, evil is like unaliving someone. Evil is like raping someone. But sin is still sin regardless. So
and sin is evil.
whether or not you called your best friend a poopy butt and now your friend's mad at you and you've just transgressed against your friend, which goes against loving thy neighbor, that is a sin, but it's not evil. Evil entails a certain kind of like disgustingness to it.
I don't. I think that evil is disobedience to God and good is obedience to God. Because just like Christ, he said there are none good but one, and that is God. Right? I don't know if you're familiar with the Christian scriptures or not, but
Like I said, I believe in God. I also follow Jesus, and I look into these scriptures almost all day, every day.
Yeah.
I'm quite familiar. I study the Hebrew and the Greek quite often.
Okay, so what was Jesus saying when he asked I don't remember the guy's name, but he said, why does thou call me good? There are none good but one, and that is God.
Because they're talking about the goodness of God. And it's when you're using good in that context, it's as if saying like you are God, like you're so good, you're like you are God. And he's like, no, I'm not God. Hold on, I'm good because of God. I'm
I
good
don't
because I
agree with
follow
that.
God's law. I'm good because I am doing the will of God. I am bringing the testimony of God.
I don't agree with that. I think when he asked, why does you call me good? There's none good but God. I think he was asking him, are you saying that I am God? Why dost thou call me good? There's one good but God. He didn't say I'm not good. He didn't say I'm not God. He said, are you calling me God? And the Bible says that Christ is in essence, the image of the invisible God.
And when you go back into the Greek, that is very clear what an image is. In every definition, it's a copy. It's not the actual original thing. It is a copy of the original thing.
Right, but how
Something
can
that
you
was
be the
replicated.
image of
It
an
wouldn't exactly
invisible?
be it.
How can you be the image of an invisible God?
I mean, that image is maybe not so much of a literal physical image, like being like just like him, but it seems to be more of his character, his desires, his will, the way he speaks. It's always been in line with God since we can even recall Jesus. We can't recall Jesus like we can Moses, where Moses used to be a polytheist. Moses used to worship the gods of Egypt.
Right.
So he certainly has fallen short. We can't see that in Jesus at all.
Okay, so this is I'm just gonna give my understanding, right? So like like us as humans, right? There's an invisible version of us. It's our thoughts, right? Nobody can see our thoughts. Nobody can see the
Visible.
person
That's
that's
actually rather, with certain brain scans, it's rather visible.
they what are you saying, that you can read my thoughts through my brain?
Well, yeah, actually, we kind of can.
Brain mapping? So
And I say kind of because it's not perfect.
right. Invisible, what would you define invisible as then?
Invisible, as it's used in those scriptures, means literally it's incomprehensible.
Unseen.
It can't be seen because it's incomprehensible.
So this is my take on it. God is the first thing that became conscious, thought, right? The first thing to think. And the
God
first
never
thing,
became, God always was, God always is, God will always be.
right, but that's because at some point the consciousness kicks in. Whatever's there is always there. There's no creating, there's no destroying, there's no taking away, there's no adding to, right? But whatever it was, when it becomes aware, that's the beginning, right? That's the first, the last. That's creation. That's the first thing to exist, and everything that feeds in behind that is a manifestation of that. So that
I wish
initial
that
I
was
am.
a accurate term, right? If me and you sat in a room and we could still be aware, but we're just sitting in this room and doing absolutely nothing, and nothing is going on around us in the world unless you and I move. If we don't move, we don't open our mouths to speak, we don't do any of that, technically, by the definition of time, no time has passed. Literally nothing has happened in time, so there is no beginning, because the beginning is the first of a sequence of order of events. It is something that isn't ever existent. So I know God is definitely before even the beginning, even though that sounds like an inappropriate term, just like there are certain metaphysicists that suggest, using math and things like that, that there was some sort of plasmatic like state of matter. So it wasn't exactly plasma, but it's something like it that existed, if you could use the term, before the Big Bang, before the catalyst that starts the Big Bang. There was some sort of state of matter that did exist.
Right.
It just didn't ever change, and so there was no time.
So how? Let me ask you, how would God know He is the first, and there's not a God behind
Isn't
Him?
the first.
No, no, no. I'm saying if God is just is, right? How does He know He just is and He's it? I mean, it does say I am the first, I am the last.
Of course, that's to a human understanding. He's the first and to the last, but
I mean, these are the words
really all
inspired
there
by.
was. There was no first. There wasn't even a second to compare him to until he created the first of something.
It was Himself. It was the image that He created of Himself. I am. What am I? Christ was that image.
My son can look exactly like me, walk exactly like me, talk exactly like me, agree with me on all things, and always follow my commands. That does not make him me.
It's not because they are one and the same.
But he still has my essence. He still is partially me.
It says, I am the first and I am the last, right? And it refers to God as creating all things. And then it says that Christ created all things. Through Him, all things were created, right?
And that's talking about the new kingdom if you look at the context.
No, it says from I am before Abraham.
Yeah. So ego eimi is, and the exact ego eimi he uses is not a unique statement. I was looking into it. There's over 47 times that it's used. And I was looking into a college that actually does follow Christ as being God, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they were reviewing this scripture, and with the context provided and with the language it's used and how it pops up again and again in the Bible, in the Greek especially, ego eimi is just a statement of you are who you are. Like you just, hey, I exist,
Yeah, I am.
Specific context, though, he's talking about the succession through the lineage of David. And he's talking about how the Messiah was prophesied to come through the line of David. And he is saying, and you can look at the original Greek too, for the ego eimi here, it can mean to be. So when he's saying, and you can look further down too, they clearly think he's calling himself the Messiah. That was one of their large problems as the Pharisees, that they thought he was calling himself the Messiah, and they didn't think he could be the Messiah because of how their prophecy years went with 6,000 years. He would have been coming in like the year 2000, and he's supposed to come in like the year 5000, So for them, he couldn't be the Messiah. Could not be. And the Messiah was the only one who could say like he has the indwelling of God, literally. And that didn't make him God. That just meant he had the indwelling of God. He was literally doing the will of God. He's the anointed one. But they just didn't believe that it was the time for it. They didn't believe that Jesus was him. They didn't believe that enough prophecy had played out to suggest that he was the Messiah. And so that was their big pushback on it. When we get this idea that they called him God, they used the term Elohim. Elohim was used for Moses. Elohim was used for the judges appointed by Moses. Elohim has been used for Adam and Eve. Elohim has been used for angels. Elohim is a plural noun that denotes any divine creature.
Correct. So why do you think Christ refers to himself as the Alpha and the Omega?
Because he is the first of the new kingdom, the first of the living in the new kingdom, because he rose from the dead and created it, and he's the last of the old kingdom. He got rid of the old kingdom. That's his point. He will come back also and destroy the old world and bring the new.
So then, you don't believe, so I'm asking you your personal belief. You don't believe that Christ, and you don't believe in the Trinity?
No, that popped up in around the year 368, and it came from ideas that started in the year, like in the 250s. But I can tell you why, and I'm going to use the words of Jesus to tell you.
Okay.
I'm just going to read John 17. I'm just going to read it.
And we are going.
After Jesus said this, he looked toward heaven and prayed, Father, and I would like to give a little bit of history lesson here on what Father, what Abba is in the Hebrew, and where that because remember, even though this is written in Greek, he was speaking Aramaic and he was talking to Jews.
Right.
And he was a Jew who believed in Jewish ideas.
Right.
So when he's saying certain terms that are coined within the Jewish faith, we have to look at what they are in the Jewish faith.
Okay.
Abba, Father, while it can literally refer to your father, it could also refer to the heavenly Father who is God. That's why Jesus, when they
Our
ask him,
Father who art in heaven. Yeah, I get
when they ask him, are you an Elohim? That's why he turns back to them and says, are ye Elohim? Because they also too are children of God. Yeah,
sure.
they too are children of God. They could call God Abba, just in the same exact way that he's calling it, but he's just a little bit different though. He's uniquely brought forth by God to where he has the nature of a man, but the nature also of a divine being. So he has a little bit more than what most humans would have off birth.
Okay.
So, Father, the hour has come. Glorify your Son, so that your Son may glorify you. For you granted him authority over all people, that he might give eternal life to all those you have given him. Now this is eternal life, that they know you, the only true God. And he's talking about the Father here, that they know you, the only true God, and Jesus Christ, whom you have sent. I have brought you glory on earth by finishing the work you gave me to do. And now, Father, glorify me in your presence with the glory I had with you before the world began. Then Jesus begins to pray for his disciples. I have revealed you to those whom you gave me out of the world. They were yours. You gave them to me, and they have obeyed your word. Now they know that everything you have given me comes from you. For I gave them the words that you gave me, and they accepted them. They knew with certainty that I come from you, and they believe that you sent me. I pray for them. I am not praying for the world, but for those you have given me, for they are yours. All I have is yours, and all you have is mine, and glory has come to me through them. I will remain in the world no longer, but they are still in the world, and I am coming to you, Holy Father. Protect them by the power of your name, the name you gave me, which, by the way, he just said Holy Father, so we know he's talking about the Father in heaven, who is the supreme God, at least in the Jewish ideas, so that they may be one. Now, I want you to pay attention to this part too, so that they may be one as we are one. While I was with them, I protected them and kept them safe by that name you gave me, which was Yad-Heh-Vav-Heh. None has been lost except the one doomed to destruction, so that the scripture would be fulfilled. I am coming to you now, but I say these things while I am still in the world, so that they may have the full measure of my joy within them. I have given them your word, and the world has hated them, for they are not of the world any more than I am of the world. My prayer is not that you take them out of the world, but that you protect them from the evil one. They are not of the world, even as I am not of it. Sanctify them by the truth. Your word is truth. As you sent me into the world, I have sent them into the world. For them I sanctify myself, that they too may be truly sanctified. My prayer is not for them alone. I pray also for those who will believe in me through their message, that all of them may be one, Father, just as you are in me and I am in you. May they also be in us, so that the world may believe that you have sent me. I have given them the glory that you gave me, that they may be one, as we are one, I and them, and you and me, so that they may be brought to complete unity. Then the world will know that you sent me, and have loved them, even as you have loved me. Father, I want those you have given me to be with me where I am, and to see my glory, the glory you have given me, because you loved me before the creation of the world. Righteous Father, though the world does not know you, I know you, and they know that you have sent me. I have made you known to them, which By the way, you could just say, I have made you manifest to them and will continue to make you manifest in order that the love you have for me may be in them, and that I myself may be in them. In this prayer that Jesus makes out, I think it's a very beautiful prayer. This is one of the most beautiful examples of human love. Even if all this religion stuff is false,
Right.
I would say this is still one of the greatest examples of love that I've ever seen in a short little speech. But in this, he's constantly separating his personage and even his being from the Father. He's constantly saying he's the son of the Father. He's constantly saying he comes from the Father. He constantly says
Absolutely.
the Father gives him everything, including authority.
Absolutely. He says
And
that
in his
everything that is
oneness,
mine is yours, and everything that is yours is mine.
and that same oneness that he has with God, not only did he offer it to his disciples, not only do they have it, but also to anyone who should ever believe upon him. May they also have that exact oneness, not only with me and with God, but also with each other.
Do you believe that Christ is God incarnate?
Not in a literal sense of like an avatar. That's not what it means when the word became manifest. Manifest means to make known, or to teach, to make it known, to be known. That's what it means to manifest. It's not like we understand manifest now, which is like if I was manifesting into a body, I would like be jumping into an avatar. That's not what it is in that language, though.
This is my perspective on that. Is Jesus is what God would be if he were human, if he were man. This is God.
Yeah, I can agree there if God were like a man, which he's not.
That's why he's the image of the invisible God, because God is spirit.
This is the
But
thing. If God were a man, which he's not, there's a literal exact scripture that said.
No, I completely
says
agree
it.
with that. I completely agree with that. God is
But he
spirit.
would be like Jesus. I can agree with you. But Jesus wasn't the first person to please God in all their ways either. People don't realize that.
So
Adam used to.
I'm
He
sorry.
didn't always. But at one point in time, Adam pleased God in all of his ways, and just like Jesus, he was considered that same kind of image.
But Christ was before Adam.
So you're going to say that he existed before the foundation of the earth.
Correct.
In John 17 that I just read you, notice he didn't say, because I existed before creation.
He created.
He said, you loved me before creation. And when you go back into the original language of what it means to be in the bosom of the Father, bosom in a spiritual sense, because we know God doesn't have a body, not like a physical body, have a leg or an arm or a head or anything literal.
Right.
What it means is it means favor. Favor is a lot like love. So this is where I draw the connection, is that if he's in the favor of God before the world ever even began, and he was considered in the creation of the world, aka he knew Adam and Eve was always going to fall. He knew they were always going to commit sin. He knew that the world was going to turn into a sinful, ugly place. He knew that one of his angels would betray him and carry 33,000 with him or something like that. He knew that this was going to happen, and so he always had in plan the Messiah. Even before Abraham, the Messiah was destined. Even before the progenitor, the father of our spiritual belief, who is Abraham. Jesus
It actually says that Christ created everything.
In the new kingdom, this is what a lot of people are failing to realize.
So he said it's a future prophecy.
When it comes to Jesus's creation and like where he creates things, he's always been given the task of creating the new kingdom, bringing the new kingdom, making the new kingdom known. That's always been his job. And if you look past the scripture, they talk a lot about the new kingdom.
Mm-hmm. So let me ask you something. Isaiah 65:17, where it says, "Behold, I create a new heavens and a new earth, and the former shall not be remembered, nor shall it come to mind."
Is that not talking about a new and an old world?
Okay, so if this new world comes about, right, and the former is not remembered, nor does it come to mind, you would assume if God creates a new heavens and a new earth that there will be inhabitants in both, there would be hosts of them like he did in our current state, correct?
Um,
Just an assumption
like,
that
are
he's
you
not going to
talking
make them
about governors, powers, principalities, that kind of thing?
yeah, like the same structure. If I'm going to create a new heavens and a new earth, I'm going to put hosts in heaven, I'm going to put inhabitants on earth.
Uh, when it comes to now, we have to kind of get into like revelation thought. When it comes to the new kingdom and exactly what it's going to look like, it's not going to look like the earth before it, nor is it going to look like the heaven that existed before.
Okay.
It is going to be something that is conjoined, where heaven meets earth, and there is no hell. There is just heaven. There is no evil, no wickedness, no temptation, no death. It is just heaven and earth as one.
So with that, would you say that that was the state that Adam and Eve had prior to sin?
You know, that's exactly what I was going to say. Our goal, truthfully, is to get back to the grace that we had when Adam and Eve were walking before the original sin, but with all of the knowledge that we have now.
But that's the problem. The knowledge has to be in a form, not physically, because it tells you that the former shall not be remembered, nor shall it come to mind, right?
The kingdom will not
The
be.
things, huh?
The old kingdom will not be, but you will know what good and evil are. You will have fulfilled the prophecy. You will have fulfilled what it means to partake of that fruit.
So if you have, like Adam and Eve, they were sinless, right? And they were given free will. And with that free will, they could, what they did, disobey God, right?
Yeah,
At one point, the garden was what we're trying to achieve. And the whole, hello, you still there, Scroll?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. So the whole story of the Bible is we lost our right to live forever. We lost access to the tree of life.
Yeah, we lost
And-
immortality.
Exactly.
But we also lost our blissful ignorance.
Right, absolutely.
So what happens when you go from ignorant, right? So when you're ignorant, right, and you're in the space of God, and you've never sinned because you're just blissfully ignorant and you're following the ways because of it, God has absolutely no reason to request that you know. He has no reason to say, okay, now go learn good and evil. There's no reason for you to. But when you partake of a fruit that gives you the knowledge of good and evil, well, now you actually have to go learn it. You have to go learn what good and evil are now. And as that's a generational thing. That's something that continues for a very long time. And the Messiah is needed in this process.
Right. But the scripture says that Adam and Eve knew, they have become like us to know good and evil. They know good and evil. They already know it. It's not they're going to go learn it. It says they know good and evil.
Know it.
Huh?
They're given the ability to know it.
No, they knew it. It says let me grab my doctrine real quick.
They still sinned and fell short even after the original sin.
Absolutely.
Though Adam was redeemed, to be fair, Adam was redeemed and he was brought to heaven.
Okay. It says, and the Lord said, behold, the man is become as one of us to know good and evil.
Yeah, to know, right? And certainly that could be interpreted. And is that in Genesis, what?
3:22.
Right, here, let me look at the original language and we can actually talk about what exactly it says in the original language.
Okay.
What what Bible are you using?
King James.
By the way, do you understand the separation between capital Lord and
Yes.
lowercase Lord?
Yes.
How one is a name and one is a title?
Correct.
Okay.
And they only changed that from the YHWH because
Yeah.
they didn't want to. Yeah.
Yeah, a little weird to me. They should have just kept Yad-Heh Vav-Heh there.
Yeah. So have you heard the? This is kind of off topic, but have you heard? I don't know if this is accurate. I thought it was cool if it is, but the what we can't pronounce or what they were afraid to pronounce was the sound we make when we breathe.
Oh yeah, it's like Yahweh. Yeah,
Yeah.
I've heard that, but that's not even how the Jews pronounced it. That's a like a Greek and Latin way to pronounce his
It
name.
didn't have vowels in the.
It was Yod He Vav He. That was the name they
Is
were.
that the correct pronunciation?
Yeah, that's how they're pronouncing it. Is Yod He Vav He.
Gotcha.
Just with a W.
Gotcha.
And then there's Yod He Vav He with a V as well, but that typically is used for the Messiah.
Okay.
So in the original language, the phrase "to know" comes from a term that's like Yoda or Yada, which basically means to learn, to perceive and find out, not like they already knew. Like those are literally the first three definitions of the word that I looked at.
So if I ask, why? So in the garden, the serpent tells Eve three things. He says, "You won't die, your eyes will be open, and you'll be like God to know good and evil," right? And she eats, and the doctrine validates that her eyes were open, or both her and Adam's eyes were open. And then in 3:22, it says that man has become as one of us to know good and evil, right? So two of those things that the serpent told her are reality. In this moment, she's still alive. The serpent said, "You will not surely die." So
But
she's still alive in the moment.
what does surely mean? Surely isn't
Definitively.
anything. It's not like affirmative. Surely also means a passing of time. Eventually, surely you will unalive. Because we know they didn't pass away in a single day, did they?
Right. So, and a day is like 1,000 years, 1,000 like a day to God. So it could have been a million years later. It could have been, I think in this context, it was likely 1,000 years, because I think that's why Methuselah, being the oldest person in the scripture, didn't make it to 1,000, because all man has to die.
I think
within
Adam was about 700 years old or something like that.
Right. So, I think that's why everybody has to die within 1,000 years if you're going to use that a day is like 1,000 years, 1,000 years like a day. In that context,
We're not even totally confident about that interpretation. No Jewish scholar has ever perfectly agreed on God's conversion of time to the Hebrew calendar or to the Gregorian calendar with Christian theologians. We're all taking guesses in the dark there as what a day means in God's time.
Right. Agreed. I think that time is irrelevant to God. It's not a such thing as time.
Well, there is an order of
outside of
change.
time.
There's an order of change within heaven, but God could stop everything, including time, and still be existing. So that's the way that He is out of time.
Right. So, why do you think that with what the serpent told Eve, that your eyes will be open, you'll be like God to know good and evil? Why do you think that they were instantly like ashamed and naked, they covered themselves and they hid? Why do you think they did that when with the things that the serpent had told her were true? Why would they hide from God? Because she had made her mind up that the serpent's word trumps God's word. I believe the serpent over God, because the serpent has said, "I will not die, and these things will happen." Right?
As I understand, it was more of the promise of becoming like God that they were into, less specifically understanding good and evil and being able to live forever and ever, because they already were living forever and ever. It was more so, oh, I can be like God? Are you serious? I love God. He's awesome. He's so cool. He created me. I want to be like God. Oh, you're telling me this doesn't have the consequences that God said it had?
Right. So if they trusted God, what would make her overthrow God's word? Because the devil said something directly contradicting what God has said, and she believed the devil over, or the serpent over, God.
So in the chapter in Genesis and in the verse where it says the serpent, which by the way isn't necessarily a snake. It could be,
It was upright. Whatever it was upright.
but it was something serpentish. It was reptilian.
A dragon.
It was something between a dragon and a snake. Kind of.
Right.
It could have
alligator or something like
like a paddle or something.
Yeah.
But at some point he had defiled her, and defiled, used in that language in the Hebrew, means deceived.
Okay.
So she made the decision. She thought she had a good intention. She thought it was well intended, but she was deceived into actually doing evil.
So she's deceived, correct?
Yeah.
So what has she been deceived? Because as of now, the things that the serpent has told her are true.
She would have certainly been deceived that it would have made her fully like God, because there's other stuff you need to be like God, not just the knowledge of good and evil. But
no, he told her exactly that. He said you'll be like God to know good and evil.
And she has the ability to learn good and evil, to then know it, right? God always knew it. He's the decider of what is good and evil.
So and that's what I want to go back to. What is good and evil?
Did understand that she had committed a transgression against God.
And what was that transgression?
She was ignorant of it before, Dom. Remember that. She didn't know truly the full extent of her transgression against God. She just it's like telling a 3-year-old not to do something and then they go and do it. Sure, they understood that you just told them not to go do it, but sometimes they have to put their hand on the stove.
And I agree that's what happened. I completely agree that's what happened. But what was the difference between good and evil? Because there's something that changed in that moment when they both ate that made them ashamed, made them feel they were naked, they covered themselves, and here they were afraid. What was that change? And now they know good and evil. What is that? The only thing that happened was they disobeyed God. It was the only thing that happened was disobedience to God. That was the difference between good and evil. That's what they knew. They knew at that moment that we should have obeyed God. We should have listened to his word and not have eaten from this tree. So the difference between good and evil was very simple. Obedience to God is good.
They knew in that moment, like, oh crap, we actually did something very bad. We didn't just...
it was evil.
Yeah, it was...
What we've done is evil.
Bad. It was horrible. We just cursed not only ourselves, but anyone that should come after us to a mortal life.
They didn't know that in the moment. Because God...
They would find it out very, very shortly after.
Right. But that's... So, here's the thing. The serpent told her those 3 things. Your eyes are going to be open. You're going to be like God, know good and evil. And you will not die. Right? When they ate from...
Let me ask you a question.
So
I've just been chilling here listening. So like, and I like to ask this because, I mean, we have proof that there were other species of humans, right? And I know this kind of seems like I'm going a bit off topic, right? But I'm gonna tie it back into what you guys were saying. How do you think the other species of humans, like Neanderthals, Denisovans, Homo sapiens, like how do you think they all play like in the creation story? Because I mean, like we know they existed, like we have evidence of them being like, like for example, Europeans contain 3 to 5% Neanderthal DNA. Some populations in Asia and the where is it? Oceania have a Denisovan DNA, and there's even a ghost lineage or whatever that's in Africa, like African DNA, that they're theorizing that it's like a very early offshoot of like Homo sapiens, so like a cousin to us. So like, how do y'all think that they play into that?
So would you want to go first, or you want me to go?
Well, I have a pretty short explanation, and it's that they too are descendant from Adam and Eve, just as all humans are. They just happened to not make it as far, and we ended up boiling down into different groups of humans.
So then what were Adam and Eve then?
they would have been the earliest ancestor of humans, but like a more divinely ancestor of humans, but like a more divinely perfect one. So Lucille, that human that we get that we find earliest in history, isn't Adam and Eve's species. That is
So in
something
other
that
words,
came from Adam and Eve.
like divine Homo erectus,
Yeah,
basically.
imagine some sort of like super perfect human, and
Yeah.
then and then once that is tainted and it's cursed and it's been given all these eventualities of evolution and so many other things, and their children have children, and then they go out into the world into separate corners, and the processes of evolution do their thing. We get these other species, and none of them are quite perfectly human like they were before. But we would consider ourselves the closest thing to it.
Yeah.
So I go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I would take a different angle, and I would say that in creation, these things were we look at them as equivalent to man, but they were never man. Man was the version of what we are now from that time when Adam and Eve were created, and these things were not man. Maybe like the giraffe, like the cat, these things came before Adam, and he named them, and it wasn't man.
I mean, they were humans, but like they weren't like what we consider man is Homo sapiens. So like
Right,
everybody that exists today, like I get what you're saying, but
right.
like
By the way, I believe Genesis, Psalms, all these books, I don't believe they can be taken as literal accounts, especially not Genesis. The Jewish scholars don't believe that, and a lot of Christian scholars debate it of whether or not it should be taken literally, and I don't think it should. I
You
think
don't think what should be taken literally?
I just
the story of Genesis and so on, it shouldn't be taken as totally wholly literal.
I just got an idea.
Well, hold on. Just like in like the Greek religion way back when, just like in the Roman religion way back when, and just like in pretty much every religion that's ever existed, there are certain tales that are mythological. They're not totally literal, but they portray a spiritual truth to you in a way that you can understand it. It has lessons to give you that you're meant to understand from it. And when they said man is created from the dust, could that not literally just be abiogenesis?
Yeah.
Or our bodies are made from the substance of the earth. That's proven.
When Adam named all the animals, don't you think like we've lost that original language? So man isn't even the original word that we were called. So man has always named the animals. That's the thing. Even now we still continue to name the animals, and we're just like Adam. Only we're not divinely perfect like he was, and like he is now after his redemption.
So do you think that these other human figures had the intelligence like Adam?
Yeah, they have the knowledge of good and evil, just like Adam does. The ability to learn it and to perceive it.
I'm talking about as far as plowing, all these things that the Adam is instructed to do. You think that these, I guess, Neanderthal, whatever,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
lesser.
They knew how to do stuff like that. Now, they definitely didn't have like an agricultural revolution quite like we did, but I believe they even existed alongside of our agricultural evolution. And the more we learn about Neanderthals and stuff, we actually realize they were just as similarly complex as us. They just had smaller societies. So they were making obsidian tools as well. They were making stone tools as well. They weren't just making woods. Like, we used to think they only made wood tools and that they didn't have any sort of complex society because they traveled in such small groups of about 5 to 25 people as compared to our 75 to 125 at the time.
So I'm just trying to get an understanding of what your original version of the man that God interacted with in the garden was. Is it like us?
It was the earliest common ancestor of man. In the Bible, they call them Adam and Eve.
Mhm.
but we know the names Adam and Eve are transliterations anyhow. So it's not that that was actually their original names. We don't really even know their original names because they were in a language that's been forgotten. We don't even really know their original commands to other humans because, again, we've forgotten the original languages that they spoke. But we do know that through Cain and through Abel, that certainly they did farm and things like that. They did go and
They did all
hunt
these.
and gather and build societies and so on and so forth. And so did every human species, pretty much.
Yeah.
At different stages, sure, but think about it. Suspending your disbelief for a moment. If this tale is mythos, it's just like a parable. It's a simple short story that's meant to portray to you a spiritual truth in a way that you can understand. Just like when Jesus was speaking parables, it's the exact same thing.
So,
When he's talking
what was the
about
spiritual truth that you feel like
when he's talking about the progression of humans, it's like hitting key points in human history. Yeah, humans at one point, you guys were naked, living in the woods, just basically being like any other animal. And then you went from knowing, and then you started understanding good and evil. You started having more children. You started building societies. You started learning how to survive in the world. And you learned good and evil even more. Cain committed evil against his brother Abel because Abel was Abel. Abel was considered a righteous man in the eyes of God, and God had favor for him that he didn't have for Cain because Cain was an unrighteous man. He couldn't grow plants even though Abel could. He wasn't quite as capable as Abel ever was. And so out of jealousy, out of envy, he unalived him. And that was one of the original unalivements, which, again, we can go back into history and find that, of course, unalivement began at two people. And from what we can tell, it actually began between two men who were brothers, like historically, like without the Bible. Like it goes back to two brothers who were men.
So let me ask you something biblically. Why does it say that your father, the devil, was a liar and a murderer from the beginning?
From the beginning of what? Because he definitely was going to be these things. But if it's talking about the beginning of his interactions with us, yeah, because it's talking about the time after.
Well,
he betrayed God.
I think he's a liar and a murderer from the beginning. His first interaction with man is because he told Eve
that she wouldn't
wasn't going to die. Correct. So he lied. That was a lie. And he did that knowing that if God told her she was going to die, that she was going to die. So he tricked her into, in essence, unaliving herself. That's murder. He made her, in essence, kill herself.
Yeah. I mean, I would say that would be some sort of negligent unalivement charge.
Right. And that's why he was punished for it, because he had done nothing.
He was already punished beforehand.
Right. Being cast down to the earth. Right. But
that's why he was down there with Adam and Eve to begin with.
Right. And then he got punished again. He's sinking lower and lower.
Did he really get punished? God, after he did that, God.
Okay, I will.
He took the garden and he actually passed it down to earth, like legitimately, and then he passed down Satan with it. So when he did this, what did he give Satan? He gave Satan and the sons of the wicked the ability to rule the world and deception.
So I think that
he rewarded him for doing this with a purpose.
That's fine.
But that was also a punishment in and of itself because it separated him from God.
Right. I don't see the reward in it.
The reward is that he was given free will to pretty much do whatever he wants, to run amok.
But he wasn't. So God, he had to ask, like when he wanted to tempt Job, he had to go before God and say, hey, and God said, well, you can do these things, but you can't kill him,
Yeah, what does God say, though? He says, I create the light, I create the darkness, I create prosperity, I create destruction. He says, I create good and I allow for evil. So
because
it's God that allows for it.
It's 1,000% allows for it. But
yeah, if you give permission for something to happen, you are complicit.
So you're okay. Now I need to get a better understanding of what you're saying. You're saying that God is at fault for the evil that exists.
Indirectly, yeah.
Because he allowed free
He
will.
allowed for it to happen. He allowed for
So
Lucifer to
with that same
image. He allowed for
mindset,
Lucifer to betray him. He allowed for all these things. When could he not have educated Lucifer into understanding? Could he not have done that with his all-powerful supreme being? Absolutely, he could have, but he allowed for these things to happen. Why?
so this is what I want to. This is what I want to stay with that same mindset. You have a child, and you raise your child to believe good. You show them your example of how you should live among society and be a good addition to society, and not.
And let's remember, for Lucifer, he was the angel of worship. He knew more of God's word than literally any other being that existed other than God. He gave worship to God more than any other being that ever existed at that time, of course. He was that angel. That was his job. He loved God wholeheartedly, almost more than anyone could, even amongst the angels. So why is it that somehow Lucifer gets this idea that he's superior to God?
Because he
knows more about God than anyone else. He knows evil more than anyone else, other than God, of course.
It's that desire to be the head honcho. He saw the glory that God was receiving, and he wanted that.
That's what they say.
And it says that God is a jealous God. He was jealous of God.
Isn't it quite funny that God would cast out jealousy when he also is jealous?
He didn't cast him out. Satan rallied up 1/3 of the other angels to go to war, and they were cast out because they went to war. You can be jealous as jealous as you want, but if you stand up against me, you're gonna find yourself where he is now.
Yeah, you're gonna find yourself up against Saint Michael, and that's not gonna be a fun time, is it?
Right, exactly. So that it wasn't that he was just jealous because if the Bible is inspired by God and it says he's jealous, and it still calls him perfect, that means that jealousy is still an attribute of perfection.
At least in the context of not having other gods being the supreme God who is, like that would be bearing false witness,
Yeah, I mean, but he says I am a jealous God. Right. I mean,
because when you say that there's another God or another supreme God worthy of the same worship as him,
right,
then you're bearing false witness.
And that's what Satan was doing. He was saying that there is a God, I can be above you, I can sit in your throne. Satan had chosen a God above the Most High, and it was himself.
Yeah, but that's because he disagreed with God. It wasn't only just this pride that he had. He disagreed with how God did things.
So I know now we're going into,
we're going to be talking about his relationship with mankind and exactly the intention for mankind that we can piece together that it seems he had. His intention for mankind wasn't actually to be this evil being to us. He didn't want to bow down to us. That is certainly true, because he's like, why would I bow down to them? Right. I'm the first angel you ever brought forth. I'm the one responsible for worshiping you. Out of all the angels, out of all beings that exist, including these stupid animals, none of them know as much as I do about you. Why should I have to bow down to them? They can't even do half the stuff I can do. And he didn't understand that. But couldn't God have explained it to him rather than letting him spiral?
I mean, if what if in time? So let me. I'm gonna have to go back to the garden, right? What if the tree of knowledge and good and evil, right? God told him, "Don't eat from this." When I see that you've acquired the knowledge enough to understand, I'll explain this to you, right? But it's like trying to show a baby calculus. They're not going to compute it. So in the meantime, you don't explain convection to a child, you just tell them not to touch the hot stove, right?
Yeah,
But
that's
in
true.
time,
But
when they
if
have the
you
knowledge to understand how the heat is generated and why it's going to burn you, the physical biology of the human body, why it's going to affect, now you can explain that. So what if that was his intent, but even with Lucifer, maybe he jumped the gun before God gave him the opportunity to explain and said, well, I'll do it myself, just like Adam and Eve did.
Well, that's the thing. Lucifer, unlike Adam and Eve, it's not like he had just it's not like he just begun to learn good and evil. He had already been cast out of the grace of God by the time he was interacting with Adam and Eve.
Yeah, when he was cast out,
It was
furious.
upon the first creation. Like when
Absolutely.
Adam was literally created, this is when it happened. Because
Right.
he refused to bow down to a man, this is when he started losing his favor with God. This is when he disagreed with God. But what we can find is he disagreed with God on how we should treat, teach, represent humans. Remember, Lucifer was the light bringer originally. He was supposed to teach us. He was supposed to get us to sing songs to God. He was supposed to be the one who guided us in worship. That was literally his job, was to guide us towards God. And he disagreed with God on how to guide us there. God was certainly something more like you, where he's like, hey, we have to wait a long while to do this. And it would seem that Lucifer was certainly like, hey, there's a process of learning that they need to learn. And it has to start. It can't just, we can't just wait. That would definitely show that Lucifer is not as wise as God.
Exactly, and that's what it was. Is he thought that his way
He
was
thought
better
he
than
could be a
God's.
better parent, essentially, towards the human race.
I
But it
I think it
undermined
was.
what God
I'm
had
sorry.
planned.
Yeah, I think it was more so that he thought that his way was superior to God's way. To say that
I agree.
my word is superior to
Oh,
yours,
look, I'm the
to the
one
point.
talking to them all the time. I'm the one showing them how to worship you. I'm the one doing all this. I'm the one babysitting them and basically nurturing them all the time. I think I know how to interact with them a little bit better than you do. Not only do I know how to tempt them away from you, but I also know how to drive them towards you.
Right. So what I guess what's concerning to me, um, how if heaven was so great and peaceful and everybody's, the end game is to be in heaven, and these type of wars exist where uh Satan or Lucifer or the light bearer, whatever you want to call them, is different names, can rally up 1/3 of the heavenly host to go to war against the Most High.
And
How good?
a countless army of man to go against the nation of Israel, or
Right.
which is just essentially saying the chosen people of God, aka the children of God, which now the Christians understand to be anyone that believes upon Jesus.
Correct.
So it would be
Do you not believe that?
people. No, I do. I do
Okay.
believe that.
Okay.
So it would be against any of those faithful worshipers across the globe. Just by the way, just want to throw it out there.
Yeah. So, yeah, because I've had debates with the Hebrew Israelites, and they're completely oblivious, or they ignore like specific words in doctrine that would completely obliterate their belief that salvation is only to Israel, that only to biological Israel, not spiritual Israel.
But also, the first angel, the most knowledgeable angel, the one who knows the word just as much as Jesus knows the word. Like, he might even know more word than Jesus knew when he was in flesh. I think obviously now that Jesus isn't in flesh, there's no
Right.
doubt that he knows pretty much everything there is to know.
Right.
Whereas before, he was being given knowledge as it was relevant to his mission. So even during that time, I mean, Lucifer could have probably sat there and had a verse battle with Jesus, and they probably would have known the same amount of word, or even potentially, at least while he was in the flesh, Lucifer would have known more.
Okay. So let me ask you something on that. Why
Who
do you
better
think
to
Jesus
tempt
said?
people away from God then? Just a real quick question, so you can answer this in the explanation you're about to give. Who better to tempt you away from God than someone who knows everything about God?
Oh no, I completely agree. That I believe why the dynamic between, because Satan or Lucifer was still able to, go to heaven and speak with God in the presence of his other sons, right? It says the sons of God, including Satan.
Yeah, why would God allow this being that's been so vilified and hated, this angel of death? Why would he allow that being in his midst?
Because that shows you the character of God, the mercifulness, the forgiveness. I understand.
Most people interpret him as committing a blasphemy that's unforgivable. Even though, by the way, I don't actually find him committing blasphemy anywhere in the
He
scripture.
never said, he doesn't. I don't know.
Blasphemy would be to say that God is something that God isn't.
It's to
Or
say that
God's
God is
something
operating
God
through the
can't
power
say.
of evil. Yeah.
Yeah. And I'll be fair, Lucifer, the Satan, the devil, whatever you want to call him,
Mhm.
has never done that. Just to be
Right.
fair. He knows better.
So it was the disobedience, and the punishment for disobedience is all it is. I told you to manage
It was to
this
what?
way.
It was to deceive people, to be vilified. People would forget your original name. People would forget your image. Let the sons of the wicked be forgotten.
Right.
That is truly a command that God gave. You think it didn't come true when God commanded it?
Right. Absolutely. So, I was going to ask, why do you think, in when they ask the date, or Christ says, "No one knows the date but the Father," why do you think that is?
Because it is the Father that reveals things to all others. It is the Father that knows the beginning and the end of all things. Because who decides it?
Right. So,
The Father, who is the supreme God. I mean, the Jews always called the Father, they always called the supreme God Abba,
right.
the Father.
Okay.
So when Jesus is saying the Father, he's not talking about any other divine being, he's talking about the supreme God.
Yeah, no, for
He's
sure.
saying
I
that no
agree.
other being but the supreme God will know. That's what it means.
Why do you think that he wouldn't give that knowledge to Christ, who's his mouthpiece?
Because Christ knows when that time comes, God is going to prepare him for everything. God is going to give him authority and make him capable of everything he needs to do. And he knows that with the backing of God's will, that he can't lose to anyone.
So, do you think that we're predestined? Like, and when I say predestined, like, there's nothing I can do to change the outcome of my situation.
No. So this is how I believe in predestination. Every choice you make is yours to make, but every consequence is predetermined.
But if everything is written, everything's already written. It's already locked in.
Necessarily written. Prophecy is
Okay,
written.
that's
Your
okay.
lifetime necessarily isn't.
Okay, but God knows if. So I believe that God is all knowing. I believe that God is all powerful. I believe that God is all present. Right. So
Omnipotent, omniscient.
omnipotent. Right. Like,
And then there's omnipresent.
did you say? Oh, yeah. Okay, got you. But yeah, I believe that God is all three of those things. Correct. But I also believe that
I believe omni is more of a term of all-encompassing. It's kind of like that, like it encompasses all power. It encompasses all this. It's not maybe that it is an infinite thing, but that out of what exists of it, he is all of it. So out of all the good that exists, he's all good. That doesn't mean there's an infinite amount of good, though. Out of all the power that exists, he has it all. That doesn't necessarily mean there's an infinite amount of power. That would be an assumption we make.
Okay, I can agree with that.
It only appear that in our reality, the one he created, he's all powerful over it. He can do whatever he wants with it, just as like a video game programmer can do whatever they want with their video game.
Right.
That's an artificial world.
Right. It's like hardening the Pharaoh's heart. So I gave you this power. I can take this power away from you because he restricted the Pharaoh of his free will in that moment. I'm telling you that he is going to. I
He
will
did the
harden
same
your heart.
thing with Jesus.
Exactly. I will harden your heart.
Well, he didn't harden Jesus'
No, no,
heart.
not Jesus. I'm talking about the Pharaoh. Is God
Yeah, I
taking away
know,
that
but I was saying that he does something almost exactly the same with Jesus. At one point in time, Jesus, the man, the individual, I know he says he always comes and does God's will. That's because he chooses to. He had a choice that he could have made when he learned about his destiny, and he struggled with this in the Bible.
absolutely.
Like
He said,
he
Please take
doesn't
this away
want
from
to.
me." Right.
Yeah, he doesn't want to unalive. He doesn't want that purpose. As Jesus, the individual, the man, the human,
Hmm.
said, "I don't want this.
Right.
That would suck way too much. What the hell? I'm
It's a
perfect. What
different
did I?
way. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm perfect. Why do I deserve that?" And then when God explained it to him, he goes, "You know what? Your will is superior to mine. You're far more wise than me, and I have always done what you've asked me. So I'm going to continue to do it." And he takes up his destiny. So Jesus clearly has a will of his own. He just chose to not follow it. And then not only that, I mean, if you're doing God's will, you can't do your own will. Just
Right.
like Balaam. Balaam said, "I cannot speak any words that, like, I can't speak any other word but what God tells me."
Right.
Balaam could have spoke Balaam's word,
Hmm.
but God said, "You have to speak my word." And Balaam said, "You're right, God, I do. I've seen your angel in the road 3 times now, and I understand that I sinned."
So again, that's what it gets me back to. What's the difference between good and evil?
Evil is, that's a modern word. I mean, what they're using there is good, which is following God's commands,
Exactly.
and like transgression, which is not following God's
That's
command.
it. That's it.
They're not necessarily using the term evil there. That is a more modern term, of course, which has a different connotation to it. It's typically a more extreme version of bad.
I get what you're saying, but I'm just using the biblical text. I'm reading KJV, so I'm just using the words that are there, and I don't. It doesn't say transgression. It doesn't say
Are you
anything
backing up?
good and evil. So that's why I understand what you're saying about the varying degrees of
Oh, well, don't.
disobedience, right? But I'm just using the text of
Sorry.
2 words, good and evil, and it says that there was a definite difference between them, and the only difference that we're given is that one was obedience to God and the other was disobedience to God.
How we can see it, at least when it comes into terms of God. But think about it this way. God didn't say anything to Lucifer for a reason. An all-knowing God knew that if he said nothing to Lucifer, that Lucifer would turn wicked and that he would go and deceive Adam and Eve. He knew it. There was no like, maybe this will happen. No, he knew it was going to happen. So why did he let it happen? Why did he allow it?
So that goes back to mapping out that we don't have free will anymore, because if he knew exactly what was going to happen, we have the semblance of
Have
choice.
free will?
We don't.
Isn't that exactly what it is?
So
He allowed it.
I believe.
Wanted him to have free will.
Yeah, no, that's what I believe. But what you're saying is he knew that Satan was going to do these things, right?
Yeah, he did. He absolutely did. You said it yourself. That he's all knowledgeable.
So that means that Satan is locked into whatever he's going to do. There's no changing that. There's no.
Well, remember how I believe in predestination. God has many, many paths planned out for you.
Correct.
And he, being all knowledgeable, he knows which one you're going to pick, right?
But that's the thing. Like,
there's ways that he can interfere with that do not require that he tramples your ability to choose for yourself. That's why he sends messengers. That's why he sends prophets. That's why he sends all these different things. That's why he gives people revelations. That's why he acts in people's lives, because he wants to influence the choice without taking the choice away from you.
Right. I 1,000% agree. But that's what changes.
But he has to influence choice. To have choice, what do you have to have?
So that's what I'm saying. Like, if I'm walking down this path, right, and God intervenes, that couldn't have been the original timeline that God saw, right? Because now God's intervening. I saw this. I'm going to do these things to prevent these things from happening. I'm going to inject myself into your reality and change this, and it changes my path.
That doesn't mean you're actually going to choose it. It's just like I said, it's just like the consequences. It doesn't mean that you're going to choose the right choice. It's that he's interacted in your way that if you make these choices, you will get this certain outcome. And if you make these choices, this will be your outcome. And that seems to be the way with everything. There's cause and effect in all of reality.
Absolutely. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think that when I guess I gotta remember predestination. I gotta remember the terms that you're defining it in, because
Just
I
specifically
don't.
how I'm interpreting it, keep that in mind.
Yeah, because the word in general, the association that I have with it is predestined. Like, I have no control over this is going to happen. It's been mapped out. This is going to happen no matter what. But my perception of or perspective on, like, our journey, if you want to call it our destiny, is defined by the choices that we make and those potentialities of those choices. So nothing's locked in. I'm not predestined except within the confines of the 500,000 ways my life can go. I am confined in those 500,000 ways, but I get to choose which one of those 500,000 paths I walk.
Imagine every single one of those paths, God said, hey, you can make whatever decision you want to make, but this is the consequence of your action. Some of these consequences you're going to like, some of these consequences you won't like, and they all have a purpose, a goal in leading you back to God.
Right.
But also, there are many things that have to exist for you to even be able to make a choice. For you to be able to make a choice, because I want your opinion on it, what do you think needs to exist to even be able to make a choice?
Options. There has to, and then the ability to think, to rationalize, to make a choice. I have to have understanding of what the choice is.
And how do you understand that choice? You have to have what? The choice to do and the choice
To not do it.
and then that also creates what?
Another branch of potentiality.
Which is not making a choice.
Right.
It could be uncertainty. It could just be complacency. There's many, and there's different kinds of, it creates a spectrum, it would seem.
Absolutely.
But this spectrum is what allows you to choose. But for that to exist, you have to have the choice not to choose God. How do you get the choice not to choose God? That doesn't just naturally exist in the story of Adam and Eve.
Yeah, he gives it to us.
It only exists how? A being comes by that is responsible for unalivement, that's responsible for temptation, that's responsible for leading you away from God.
So it doesn't have to be
You
that
have
way.
the choice not to.
It doesn't have to be that way, because Adam and Eve could have consciously chosen to eat from the tree without the influence of the serpent. The serpent ruined himself. He was already cast down, and then he took another punishment upon himself because he deceived the humans. The humans could have chosen to eat from the tree on their own. They just hadn't done it, right? It doesn't mean that the time
was for his image to be.
Huh?
Yeah, he was punished for deceiving humans, that's true, but he was also rewarded. He was punished in the sense that his image was forgotten. No one will ever know exactly what his true identity was.
Right.
Ever again.
So
That's
let's-
his punishment.
so
The
let's do
thing
this.
he took so much pride in, which was who he was,
Absolutely.
completely forgotten for all of time.
Absolutely. I agree with that. So, but what I wanted to touch on is when God goes to Adam and Eve in the garden and they're hiding, he says, Adam tells him, I was hiding because I was naked. And God says two different things. He said, how do you know you were naked? Who told you, or have you eaten from the tree that I commanded you not to? Right? So if God, did you think that God knew and he was just testing Adam, or was he genuinely trying to figure out which direction did you take?
Why did Jesus say to Andrew, why do I allow trials and tribulations?
You said, why did he say that?
Why? You're asking me the same question. Why did Jesus say it?
I'm not sure.
Isn't that the tough question? Why? Because to choose him, to find out who your heart really belongs to, you have to have other options for your heart to belong elsewhere. And you have to create those options. Those options can't just this reality exists, those don't exist in any other way.
So that's
Those
the thing.
exist how they exist now, which is evil. It's things that are against God. It's
Right.
not things that are for God, and that seems to be perpetuated by spiritual beings.
Yeah. I mean, I'm
By
just
the
saying,
way,
like,
are
the
they still
duality.
called angels? They're still called servants of God, like in the Bible. They still
Yeah.
are servants of God. They never lost servitude.
Right.
They just completely got redefined. They got punished and redefined.
They're servants who aren't doing what they're hired to do, in essence.
They're certainly not doing their original purpose. Their original purpose was to give glory to God.
Right.
And now their purpose seems to be to drive people away from the glory of God. If God didn't want that to be, it wouldn't be. But
Right.
notice that when these things happened, this is when the actual earth is coming about as we know it. And not the Garden of Eden earth, because many theologians don't even believe the Garden of Eden was actually on earth. They believe it was in heaven, and it was cast, and humans were cast to earth, just as Lucifer was.
So I could agree with that,
Many
because
theologians
it says that man was pulled from the dust of the earth and placed into the garden. So where the garden was,
were created from the earth but placed into the garden.
right.
So that's the thing. Before you had neutral choice in the world, it was just animals roaming down there, just doing their thing, just living life ignorantly, with all that brutality, but none of the glory. And then for humans now who have good and knowledge, they have the ability to perceive, the ability to learn good and evil. They have to be taken to a place where they can learn good and evil. Evil cannot be in the presence of God. It can't be. God has commanded this. Evil cannot be in my presence, and so he cast it out. So they cannot stay in heaven and learn good and evil.
You're saying exactly what is evil.
Experience it. Evil would be transgression against God.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get to. That the difference is just a simple thing. The obedience to God and the disobedience to God is what
Yeah.
good and
It
evil
would
that
be
Adam and
ultimately
Eve did.
disobedience to God. Typically, as we define it, though, it's like a gross disobedience, like a very, very extreme disobedience. Is typically how we interpret evil, modernistically, anyhow.
Yeah, I agree with the word modern. Where you would say evil is something foul, something drastically.
Yeah, it's something like extremely bad.
Yeah, I get it. But yeah, I was just speaking from the terms of the Bible, that good and evil. It was a simple.
Yeah, so I agree on that.
Yeah.
But if God says, "Hey, I know you just did this in my midst, but you're not allowed to do this," there's a consequence for that.
Absolutely.
I've commanded that it cannot be around me. So what's the consequence for it? You can't be around God anymore.
Right.
So where do you have to go?
Out of God's presence.
And what also went with him, because it wasn't just
Eternal life.
Eve didn't leave because they were good. What else went with them? Evil did. The incarnation of evil went with them.
Yeah, once sin entered them, it's like a mutation in the genetics. Like now,
Like genetic trauma almost.
exactly.
So, but also literally Satan went with them. The
Right.
devil went down to earth, and he was cast down to earth, and he was given authority. He was given power. Like people skip over this in scripture all the time.
He wasn't.
God gave him the power. Like it literally says this in the script in the scriptures. God gave him the power to work through winds of deception to fool people.
So here, initially man had dominion over everything on the earth, including Satan. Right? Man gave their dominion away when Eve subjected her authority to Satan instead of God. She gave away her authority to the serpent. And when Adam said that the woman's
She
influence
started
is more
her
powerful than the
heart
word of
belonged to
God.
him more so.
Huh?
It's who did her heart belong to in that moment? It wasn't Adam and it wasn't God.
It belonged to her. It's the authority. Like, who have you given authority to? I've given authority to the Satan to say that his word, his command.
Who is your master?
Huh?
It's basically the same thing as who is your master? Who commands you?
Exactly. Who's your most high? Because now at this point, God has given her some instruction, and she's adhered to it until the serpent steps up, and now she says, you're my most high God because your word is superior to the word of my current God, right?
And even though she didn't literally say that,
It's the
that's what her
action.
actions
Exactly.
represent.
And then the same
Her
thing.
actions represent she chose someone else over God. She also chose someone else over Adam.
Absolutely. Well, so it depends. I wouldn't say over Adam because the question is, did Adam relay to her not to eat from the tree, or did God? Because she said
Yeah.
God have said, but they don't tell us whether
It
it was
was, but
Adam.
it was Adam that was in the beginning that was given that command. Adam was given that command.
Right, but
Eve wasn't even existing when that command was
right.
given.
I agree, but
So Adam would have had to tell her, yeah.
no, not necessarily. It could have been a conversation that we're not privy.
And because she's supposed to be conservative, right?
Huh?
Because Adam and Eve were married in heaven. They're in the garden. They were married.
Correct. But what I'm saying
They were
is
bound to each other even though they were children.
either it's one of two things. Either Adam relayed to her, God has said, don't eat from this tree, or God came and had a conversation with her that we're not privy to and said, don't eat from this tree. Because her words were, God hath said, right? So
Yeah, but I mean, think about it. If Adam says, hey, God told us we can't partake from this tree. I know you weren't around yet, but God commanded you cannot eat this tree.
right.
And then she goes, well, God commanded me to eat from this tree. That doesn't mean that Adam didn't say it.
No,
Just
I'm not
like
saying-
when,
I'm not- it's
you know,
the two-
Jesus quotes Moses. Moses is quoting the word of God. He doesn't say Moses said.
No.
He said God said and gave to Moses.
Exactly. But what I'm saying, because when Eve relays it to the serpent, she says, God has said, don't eat, don't touch. She added to what we were initially shown that God has said, right? So it makes me believe that Adam relayed this to her, and to make it severe, added in this don't touch thing. So there will be no mistaking, like, I'll keep her away from it by saying, God said, don't eat it, don't touch it. It'll keep her further away from it than just saying, don't eat it, right? So
I believe in that scripture, in that when God actually gives the command, I believe He says, "Don't even touch a branch of it."
no,
So
he doesn't. He just says, don't eat of it.
maybe that is something Adam added then.
Right. So that's what makes me think
But,
that
I mean-
it might not have been God's word that she thought she was overstepping. She might have said, well, maybe Adam has relayed this to me improperly. And because the Satan comes along, he's like, well, no, you're not going to die. Well, God
Well,
said
Adam
he's
was
going to die.
perfect man. I mean, Adam would have been lying to her then.
Exactly. So that's where's the original sin?
Was God unaware of Adam's evil, or was it that Adam was still telling the truth?
Or was Adam ignorant in what he was saying? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? It's just that is added in, and that scripture, I consider that was this a conversation.
For Adam to have the insight, right? For Adam to have the insight to say, hey, don't even touch it, that means he must have had some good idea of what that consequence was. And
Right.
you know, it's actually really funny. God showed Adam the entire fate of humanity in the beginning. He showed him the entire fate of humanity. He showed him exactly his role in all of it. He showed him Jesus, the second Adam. He revealed to Adam everything. At least that would happen with humans.
Yeah, I would have to read
So
more
yeah,
on that.
Adam did know.
I don't know where that scripture.
Now I don't know if that might.
What's that?
But there's truth spread across all scriptures.
Oh, for sure.
There's
So
lies spread across all scriptures.
I think that I believe that the Bible is 100% true. I don't think it's 100% of the truth. I believe that there is other truth in other areas because the Bible itself references books that aren't in the Bible.
Well, there are definitely some false ideals in the Bible that come about from man, right? Like the Word of God is only the red letter. Everything else is an inspiration, but ultimately a creation of
Okay,
man's
so
words.
if the Bible is fallible, then the whole doctrine is fallible. That's what I would say because if you're going to say that man constructed the book, man put the book together. So even if it says the Word of God,
Man's
right? So
idea
if
of
man's
God
lying in the
is
book at
God
all, they
is
could be
God.
lying about the words that God spoke. Correct. So the red letters wouldn't mean anything either.
Well, that's the thing. The Word of God is
That's why I believe the
perfectly
whole
preserved
doctrine
for all
is.
time. This is a command that God gave. And if God gave a command,
No, I believe
is
that
it not true?
If you look through all interpretations of the Bible and you look at the red letter, every single time it's the same. Every single time it's consistent. But when you look at the black letter of different translations, you'll find nouns are changed, names are changed, titles are changed, words added or taken out.
Well,
In AJV and the NKJV is actually that the NKJV removes over 300 words.
right.
300 usages of words. Like, it doesn't entirely remove the word repent, but it removes the word repent 42 times. It doesn't entirely remove the word hell, but it removes it like 47
Right.
times.
So I would think that with that, if you have any translation from the original, you're gonna run into those things where something was lost in its translation. You know, and I think that the true message of
Word of
God
God
is always preserved. That's what I'm saying. The message of God is always there, no matter what translation.
So the red letter, by the way, the red letter, which is the direct quote of what God is saying, whether you read the Septuagint, whether you read the Dead Sea Scrolls, or whether you go to some modern translation, it's the same every time. So is God's command
So no,
false? No, the words of God were perfectly preserved in all
oh man,
manipulated ones.
yeah. I get in. Will you get into questioning?
But the man will be what? What happened with the tablets at Mount Sinai? When Moses went to Mount Sinai and the people began carving idols, Moses found out and was infuriated. What did Moses do with the truth that he came to provide? The tablets, the very tablets that he came to provide. He shattered them.
Etched them again.
He shattered them, and the truth was spread across the four corners. Yeah. So, what seems to happen every single time you begin to worship God falsely? I mean, it seems to happen not even just with Moses. Moses seems to be saying, hey, this is a problem you keep having. So what's the consequence? That eventually messengers have to be sent, punishments have to happen, and that people are going to follow their own ignorance anyways, and those people who want to do it, you don't give them the full truth. You try to give it to them, and the moment they start denying it, what are the prophets, what are they told to do? You spit on the edge of the town, and you walk out, and you never turn your back towards them again, and they are condemned. All the innocent people there that are faithful and worshipped, they're going to get destroyed with it too.
Right.
I bring rain upon the righteous and the unrighteous.
Right.
I bring destruction just the same, you know.
That's the thing, like, where I believe
parodied all throughout.
A lot of people get lost with the hell heaven thing. Is God says, "I am righteous. A man shall reap what he sows." Right. And then these people who say, "Well, you know, I've been good. I've treated people well. I've done my best to be a good person, but I don't believe in Christ. I don't believe this message." What is their reward or their punishment in line with what they've done? Are they actually reaping what they sow if they sit in a lake of fire for eternity?
So they would definitely still be judged for what they've done right and what they've done wrong. But see the parable of the tax collector and Pharisee tax.
Lose a connection.
Worshipped God. Certainly not someone like the Pharisee who had cast out demons in his name and had healed people and preached his word and obeyed his law and all these other things. And then that Pharisee says, but I'm nothing like the tax collector. But the tax collector says, and I am not worthy of your mercy. Why is it that the tax collector was taken into heaven, but the Pharisee was not? Because one of them was humble. One of them was able to admit that they were wrong. One of them said, hey God, I deserve to be here. He made his judgment and he couldn't be wrong. He wasn't humble.
Hey, Snap. I just want to thank you, man, for allowing us to continue on your platform.
Yeah, no problem. I'm just chilling.
Yeah, thank you. But yeah, no, absolutely. When it says I come for the sick, if you don't think you're sick, I'm not here for you.
Yeah, I mean, if you think you're perfect,
Right,
dude,
and
cool.
you'll be judged
You're
based off
perfect
your
then. Okay.
right,
You don't need anything with me if you're perfect.
right,
If you're perfect,
right.
what do you need me for?
And it keeps going out. Oh, it's snap disappeared. Okay, but yeah, I really appreciate the conversation, man. My wife's getting a bit irritated with me, so I'm gonna get off and spend some time with the family.
Hey, no worries. I actually just arrived at my brother's house, so
Okay,
I also
awesome.
might be hopping off on here. But I'll probably stay a few minutes and talk to Snap.
Okay, well, I'm gonna follow you if you don't mind, and I hope to talk with
Yeah.
you again sometime.
Yeah, of course. I got a lot of unique views, but I base them in the original language and what I see in it.
No, I know I've learned, and I appreciate the constructive and healthy conversation.
Just remember, I mean, there's so much truth out there, but there's also just as much deception as there is truth. There's equal and opposite reactions to everything in this reality. That includes good and evil.
Concur. All right, Scribble Dribble. I'll talk to you later, buddy. Thank you again, Snap.
All right, no problem.
Right, bye.
You have a good one.
You too. Thank you.
And then
There
number
was-
2.
As always.
As always, literally as always. But
I love when I can talk to a fellow believer who is still skeptical, willing to learn. It's very refreshing. I'm sorry that I've made you sit in the background and just listen to it.
shit, it is what it is.
But usually I don't think you actually get to hear my unique ideas too often.
Yeah, I do like your idea as far as like Adam and Eve being Homo erectus or something like that. That actually I did want to bring this up. I did okay, look. So my plausibility, like I feel like in all actuality, God was probably like I feel like there is like two different gods, right? There's a God of the universe, which is the universe itself, and then there's like the God of man, which would have I think could be like fucking aliens or something, right?
No, you want to hear something awesome? When Satan is cast down to earth, God gave him a new title, God of Man. He said, "You were the God of this earth." That's what he said. He said, "You were the God of this earth."
But that's actually very interesting, but I was speaking more so on like literally like the creator man. But my theory was that, life on Earth evolved normally, and then we get up to a point where, we get, like you said, early human ancestor, and then those were the ones that get, Adam and Eve, a pair of them were enlightened, kind of like in Stellaris where you can like help like a semi-sentient species like evolve or whatever to gain full sentience. I feel like maybe that would probably be like the most like I guess plausible thing. But I mean not really, but that was just my idea. But another theory that I had was that I believe around like 70,000 years ago there was like a damn near extinction event with Homo sapiens, and I don't know when all the other humans went extinct, but what if like that was the flood or whatever that caused like Noah's Ark or whatever, right? And all the other, the reason why Noah and his family was able to reproduce, like humanity was able to continue on, was there were other like humans still around. So like there were like pockets of maybe like other Homo sapiens or Denisovans or Neanderthals and other like on like islands and shit.
Typically, Adam and Eve would refer to like the first two Homo sapiens sapiens. That's what we typically interpret it as. But I
Yeah.
don't. I think when we lost our grace, think about it. If like a state of your nature is to be divine, and you lose that state of your nature, that's a change in alleles. That is evolution. That's a. I know technically you can never devolve, right? Like you can never technically devolve, but they devolved for all intents and intents and purposes. They became less than what they were before.
So what you're saying is we need to return to monkey.
Actually, you'd be returning to far more complex humans.
Return to monkey.
that became monkey when they fell.
Return to monkey. We must return to monkey. Dude, but on an unrelated note, I don't know if you've seen my video. Oh wow, that kiddie pool has a lot of algae in it that needs to be cleaned out. Anyways, yesterday I went to this cemetery pond and I was cast netting for like little bluegill and minnows and crawfish and such for bait or not not bait but for food for my largemouth bass. Bro, I made a video. At the last time I checked, it had over 8,500 views. And there's like so many people on there talking about how I was gonna die or unalive because there was a lot of like bait fish and shit in there. It's on my page, but I'm just like, dog. Like people were talking about like, oh, buddy's in heaven, because he before all I was feeding him, all I was able to get my hands on were feeder goldfish, but you're not even supposed to feed them like that in that high quantities, and big old BBW ass night crawlers, which those were actually really good, but I really wanted to get my hands on crayfish, which I did, and some natural food for him. But people were trying to say that, the amount of fish in there is going to like fuck up the filter quality, but there has never been a point in time where his water has not been clear. Like I made another video and people like, I've had like 5 people say like, dude, I thought the fish was floating, like literally flying through the air. That's how clear the fucking water is. Like it's actually funny because it does look like he's just like there's no water in the tank. But yeah, I tried making a bet with like several people. I'm like, you want to put money on it? Let's put money on it because I know my fish is gonna be alive in a week. He's just a fucking fat bastard. He's a big back bass.
My brother has a turtle. It's a red-eared slider, and it eats like 30 goldfish in a day.
Well, I was trying to show off my turtle earlier. It's a pink belly side neck.
Huge.
Would your brother enjoy seeing a pink belly side neck? Do you think?
Sure, probably. I mean, I also have a red-eared slider. His is like 3 times the size as mine. Because it gets fucking just eats fish all day.
I suggest not letting it eat fish, like goldfish. Anyways, this is Lenny. My ex named it. But, he is a pink belly side neck turtle. They're from Australia. Pink belly side neck. I love him.
Oh, yeah. What a complex name.
Yeah. I think he's got a little bit of shell rot. That's what the white stuff is there. I have the basking area. Got a little basking area and shit for him, but he doesn't like to go on it.
They're like the goldfish he's eating are specifically meant for like turtles and shit.
No, you
Like,
can't.
I promise. My mom did her research before she went and got them.
No, I'm telling you, there's no goldfish that are like meant for turtles to eat.
I don't know if they're necessarily goldfish, but they kind of look like them.
Well, I think if they're like mollies or like guppies, then those are fine. If they're like mollies or like guppies, then those are fine. But yeah, you're not supposed to feed.
They don't always come in gold. They're just kind of about the same size.
Well, from my knowledge, you're not supposed to feed like goldfish to them because they contain a chemical called thiamines, and it can result in fatty liver disease. So it's the equivalent. It's the equivalent of you eating like a Big Mac every meal for every day, or just like McDonald's every day for like a month. But I think you can't even.
And he would go and he would eat a Big Mac every single day, and he maintained very good health and weight. I just thought that was funny. No, that's a movie where that guy did not maintain a healthy weight, nor did he maintain health. But no, it was he had based what he was doing off of this guy who was going to McDonald's every day and eating a Big Mac or whatever, and he was perfectly fine. Like his health was completely well.
I also owned three yellow belly cooters or Florida cooters. They're kind of like painted turtles. I kept them in, or no, I owned two, not three, but I owned two, and I kept them in a kiddie pool, like a plastic pool in the basement. And one day, I accidentally dropped a Cheeto in the water, and it fucking ate it. And then I put a couple more in there just to see, and they fucking ate them. I was like, oh shit, this turtle is fucking based. This turtle likes Cheetos. It was a uh, regular little Cheeto. It was the funniest shit I ever seen in my life.
But the reason I brought that up is it's definitely unique to each being. I mean, there's some people that can eat a Big Mac a day and their health will be fine. There's some people that'll eat a Big Mac a day and their health will decline very rapidly.
Yeah,
Definitely, it is a unique scenario, but for the time being, I'm no professional. It appears that the turtle is in quite good health, good temperament. It behaves as expected. It doesn't show any signs of suffering or distress or bad health or anything like that. It actually appears to be an extremely healthy turtle.
yeah. Typically, from my knowledge, reptiles won't all the time like show any signs of sickness. You kind of have to know what you're looking for. But I mean, shit, who knows?
I'm
Probably
not saying
true.
it's not my turtle, so I'm not like with it every day. It's
Yeah.
kind of more of my mom's turtle than anyone else's, but usually she does her research on her animals and makes sure what she's doing is fine with them.
Well, shoot, that's good for her. But I just wanted to do a little PSA because, um, that's what I've just learned. They're okay. You can feed them sometimes. Like goldfish are okay sometimes, just not like all the time. Only thing it's eating ever. Like, you know what I mean? Like as long as she's feeding the turtle like turtle food along with like other things like a varied diet, the turtle should be fine. But
Yeah, but I also, and I know Snap, you're gonna hate me here. I do not spare empathy towards reptiles, unless
what
of
do you mean?
course, unless of course their like ability to survive is being like, because we have certain responsibilities to creatures to not allow their suffering and their continued suffering and things like that. Like
Hmm.
we shouldn't have a hand in that. Um, so obviously you empathize then, but in terms of like, oh man, I really love my turtle. He's so awesome and cool. He's a super sweet turtle or something. I don't have those thoughts because that turtle doesn't have those thoughts about me.
You just haven't had the right pet turtle.
No, I do have a pet turtle. I just don't spare empathy any more than it spares empathy towards me. I don't want to. So the human brain has a capacity for empathy, and it's not a strict, rigid capacity. It's rather flexible, like malleable. It can change who you're empathizing with, but at one given time, you can only empathize with up to 2,000 living creatures, 2,000 individual things um,
I
at
didn't know that.
once. Yeah, so I just, when I've weighed in what's worth empathizing with, to like a degree that it should take up one of those 1 out of 2,000 spots, my turtle often does not fall into it. Now, that's not to say my turtle can't fall into it, but in most cases it doesn't. In most points of time in my life, it doesn't.
I'm not mad at you. That's just the funniest thing I've ever heard. Like, just fuck the
Yeah, isn't
turtle.
it like the, yeah, well, it's not fuck the turtle,
No, I
it's
get it.
kind of indifference.
Yeah,
It's indifference, not like I hate the turtle. It's just like the turtle's living and I'm living. I'm going to
yeah,
feed you later, and I'm going to interact with you a little bit because you need it. You're still a social creature. But outside of that, it's not like I think you think I'm your best friend. It's not like I think you're my best friend. We just exist, and I happen to be the one that feeds and owns you.
yeah. I think I would
Just
agree with
because
that.
that's the sort of relationship it's recognizing with me, anyhow.
That's valid. Yeah, but I think I'd still love the turtle. Because I mean,
My turtle's pretty cool. He likes to watch TV and listen to music, actually.
my gecko Taki, he became a frog butt because his tail accidentally dropped off. Because I accidentally fucking, it's my fault, but I accidentally fucking closed it in the door, like the very tip of it, scribbled the very tippy tip of it, and then like
Oh,
he didn't even move. His tail just popped off and it was just wiggling in the door, and he just kind of like moved a little bit forward and then just kind of
hey,
sat
what's
there.
up, PRK?
Hmm?
My man PRK joined the live. He's a Unitarian apologist. So he and I both believe similarly in the idea that there's one God,
Mm-hmm.
one supreme God who isn't three persons. It's just one God.
Interesting.
And that's not oneness either. Oneness is that these three beings aren't actually separate beings. They're the exact same being, just in separate stages of existence, I guess.
I like that.
But also oneness holds the idea that we all technically are a little piece of God or whatnot. And like it gets a lot of into Gnostic ideals, I'll be honest.
I'll say it
Um,
once. I'll say it again.
I'd say it has the most Gnostic
I'll
ideals.
say it one. I'll say it. I'll say it. Oh my God. I've said it once. I'll say it again. We are the universe experiencing itself.
In a Now, I know we say that statement, but scientifically, that'd be a very gross statement to make. That'd be like saying, I am my hamburger being eaten by myself, and I'm experiencing that as a hamburger. No, I'm not. I'm not experiencing anything that a hamburger's got going on, but I'm experiencing eating the hamburger as myself. So yes, in some sort of technicality, you're made up of the gold that comes from stars, and you're made up of the iron that's deposited from the explosion of stars. Like, you are, at origin, you come from the origin point of our known universe. So therefore, out of our known universe, which isn't the entire universe, by the way, it's just the point at which we began that we can observe,
Mm-hmm.
you are made up of that, at least. But it's not like you're literally the conscious version of that, but in some sort of hypothetical sense, you kind of are. Gnosis is like you literally are the conscious universe consciously experiencing itself, but you're unaware that you're also all the other consciousnesses. So it's a little bit different than making that hypothetical claim.
Yeah, I get that. Like, I'm not saying that the universe itself is like a living being or anything, but I'm just saying, like, by technicality, we are the universe experiencing itself.
I've always wondered what bullies are because people always talk about it.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of complexity, of course, behind God. And we certainly have the ability to be united with that consciousness that's separate from ours, that's responsible for creation.
Yeah.
A consciousness that can be shared, it would seem, at least through all spiritual teachers ever. That origin point, whether it be multiple gods or one God, there's a way to be united with them. And it's in body and in mind, typically, and then often in soul, but that's kind of usually thrown in with mind.
I know they're small, but I still want them. They're cute.
I gotcha.
What happened to the fucking dog?
Oh, that is a huge ant.
I spent 3 weeks.
Dude, look at this ant. Oh, he disappeared. Oh, here he is.
Bastard. Dang. Big ass ant.
Like, compared to my finger?
Imagine what the ant's thinking as you're following it with its finger.
Dude, he's huge.
You should get a little.
Oh, almost touched him.
You should get a little
I'm
tiny
messing
stick.
with an ant.
You should get a little tiny stick and poke it, and just try to like fight it. Like not harm it, but like make it think that it's fighting God.
I feel like it's a warrior ant,
Probably
so it just might.
valid. Just the Kratos of ants. But
Yeah, we're gonna have him interacting with God here. He wants nothing to do with it. If he was Kratos, Kratos is a coward.
Zeus! Bring your bitch ass out here! Oh my God.
Who was the god of war? Ares? Ares! Bring your bitch ass out here!
So they're talking about how the next God of War is gonna have Jesus in it.
No way the next God of War has Jesus in it.
Dude.
How do you do that?
I want to know
He's
too.
probably going to be like,
It's gonna be in Egypt.
We can't get it done.
Egypt? Yeah.
I've heard that too.
I think it would be in Egypt.
It is gonna be in Egypt.
That's like hold on. They are also supposedly doing a pantheon for Southern America. Like Quetzalcoatl and all them.
That'd be fucking sick.
That would be sick, wouldn't it? He just went and fought the
Norse.
Norse. He went and fought the Norse pagan Germanic gods. Now he needs to fight the Greek and Roman gods.
He already did fight the Greek gods.
No, he already fought the Greek gods. I guess that can count as the Roman gods as well, because they used the Hercules from the Hellenistic version of him, which combines Heracles and Hercules into one character named Hercules. So he defeated the Hellenistic pantheon, it would seem, a little bit more than the Greek one. By the way, that idea of Heracles and Hercules, like Hercules never had the 12 trials and tribulations or whatever. He never had those. That was Heracles that did, who comes from the Roman pantheon. Disney ended up mixing these characters together, and at least in the popular image, right? Like what popularized that idea was Disney. But that idea has been around since, I believe, the 1920s-ish. So Heracles and Hercules, actually very different characters. Hercules is actually quite a coward.
You said Hercules is?
Yeah.
Wow.
Hercules is comparative to Heracles and what we know Hercules as nowadays. Hercules is, in comparison, quaint.
That's important.
He's not nearly as important. He doesn't have nearly all this heroism to him.
So what gods would you want to see? What pantheon would you want to see Kratos fight against? That
Oh my! I really, really want to see him fighting against. I want to see him fight the Hindu gods really bad.
Imagine he
But that would
fights
just be basically
Wukong.
the Sun Wukong game. So you might as well just go play a Sun Wukong game.
That's what I was gonna
But
say.
at the same
Imagine.
time, though,
No, imagine he helps Wukong.
That's no bullying having them beat
Imagine.
Kratos and Wukong team up to take on the Pantheon, and instead of playing Atreus, you're playing Sun Wukong instead of Atreus.
Or what if it's Atreus helping? Because Kratos is about. I feel like he's gonna die.
Well, isn't that the next game? Is that Kratos isn't actually going to be the main dude you use? It's going to be Atreus that you use.
Yeah, I think so. Oh.
happen.
Or is that that would be a spin-off game?
I think what's going to happen is the plot is going to be Kratos left after Atreus really
Grows.
fuck up and
Yeah.
went and did his own adventures with his little bitch or whatever the fuck he was with last game. Fucking through the spirit, whatever the fuck, with the giants and shit.
Yeah.
He's probably headed more towards that direction Atreus is, and then he probably just...
And Atreus still has things to finish up in Asgard as Loki.
Yeah, because he is Loki, so...
But I don't know if we'll see him staying in Asgard the next time he appears, or if his journey in
I feel
Asgard
like
leads
the
him somewhere
start
else.
of the game is going to be in Norse still.
Yeah, I think
They're
it'll
gonna
start in Asgard.
They're going to part ways at the start of the game, and then it'll do...
You think you'll play two separate pantheons?
He'll turn around, walk through the forest or something, and then it'll go through a transition into somewhere else.
So
yeah.
So do you think that they're making Atreus lore accurate Loki? Like are there signs that he is getting the qualities of Loki, like the trickster, that he would be?
Well, he can shapeshift.
No, I mean the trickster, the trickster mentality or whatever. Besides that,
So the way that they're portraying Loki doesn't seem to be very standard. I mean, he's the son of a Greek god and a Norse giant. Loki isn't even the son of Odin, so it's already unique. And the way that they're portraying it is he's actually not going to stand for anything malicious or foolery or of any kind. He's going to be like a bastion of good.
Well,
and he's gonna. It seems like he's trying to redeem the giant world,
that he's trying to. But that might be because remember, when Odin comes and he finds Loki sleeping with giants, or when Thor does what? Thor and Odin, they're very like, you just went against like, and by the way, they had already outcast him at this point. But since he was still a god and he was intermingling with the giants, which was forbidden, they came back like, hey, I know we threw you out, but you know you're not allowed to do this. And one of his children, who is Hela, by the way, is constantly in a perpetual cycle of like unaliving and being reborn.
Damn.
And she was born from him and a giant. The same thing as that wolf that was made, the wolf, Fenrir. Also, they didn't throw them down to Tartarus or hell. They threw Hela into hell, but they took Fenrir as their dog.
You know what's funny?
They punished Loki for it. So I think we might see something like that happens because there is still a giant that's alive. It's that black girl.
Oh, wow.
And he might end up being with her. And then he has children with her. And that creates like Hela just like injured her.
Hey, you know the Kratos?
Well, that might create Hela, and because he already created Fenrir, that might create Hela. So then we can have that be finished, that prophecy be finished, where he's with Hela and he has to fight something because they're going to try to interfere, and that's what turns him into the malicious thing. And maybe eventually it's Atreus versus Kratos.
Hey,
It's probably what it's going to lead up to.
two things. One, have you seen the meme where Kratos screams, "I'm Greek," N-word?
I have not.
Just imagine
Look
like,
it up. Look it up. Because he's like, I'm Greek. And I'm not gonna say the rest, but it's funny as fuck. And it's even funnier when you realize that Kratos' voice actor is black.
Well, Kratos in lore is half black.
Really?
For Judge.
Yeah, well, he's not the original one, but yes. Kratos in the original lore is a tan-skinned man. He's a mixed man.
Well, he probably would have just been like Italian or something like that, because a lot of the Greeks back then.
Why are Italians darker?
Huh?
Why are Italian and like southern Greece and southern France, why are those people darker? Because they were ruled by a black empire for 800 years, and their civilians intermingled with the already pre-existing people, which is why we didn't consider them white.
You know how Kratos' design was the stretch that rubbed me?
Yeah, but that was similar to a pre-existing character.
I've genuinely never heard that other than like the fucking Yakub worshippers.
Yeah, most people don't actually talk about that. That is a real thing that happened in history. A Muslim empire ruled over the south of France and Italy and southern Greece for 800 years. Nobody talks about it.
You're talking about the Moors.
Dark skinned people. I'm saying black, I'm not saying African, just by the way.
Oh, well, okay. Well, then, yeah, I looked it up, and, like, it said that they were, like, Middle Eastern. So, like, anytime I think of Middle Eastern, I don't think of, like Middle Eastern. So, like, anytime I think of Middle Eastern, I don't think of, like, specifically having Afrocentric features. Like, they could be dark-skinned, but they're not gonna, like, they're gonna be, like, they're just gonna look like Middle Eastern folks. You gotta guess.
Yeah, they are quite literally mixed with Middle Eastern people.
Oh, well, shit, I didn't know.
Now, it's probably like 5% on their genetics or something like that, but it's enough to give them olive tone skinned and so on.
Mm-hmm. How you doing?
And almost every member of the Italian ethnicity has an olive tone skin, which is a sign of racial mixing.
I thought it was just due to where they were, honestly. Because, like, from my understanding, as people left and migrated out of Africa, over time the people's skin, and over the generations, their skin tone would have gotten lighter and lighter. You know, because from my understanding, the Middle East isn't as, like, you know, crazy with the sun as, like, Africa, like sub-Saharan Africa.
Hello. Hi, I'm Blue
Hello.
Peps and Trucks. I'm 29. I don't want to interrupt. I just want to contribute whenever I'm permitted. So the conversation is amazeballs. I like it. Please continue. Thank you so much for having me up here. Happy Saturday.
Yeah, no problem.
Saturday.
Yeah, no problem. But brain fart. I'm not gonna lie. You're
Bit of a brain fart too.
Scribble. Have you watched One Piece?
Yeah, like 350 episodes of it.
Dude, the lore is getting kind of nuts, brother. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not caught up with the newer stuff. I'm not gonna lie. The
I
Skypiea arc really killed my motivation.
Why?
The Skypiea arc was so boring. It was so repetitive. The final boss wasn't even that cool. Like
Eminem.
it was, and not only that, the entire arc is filler. The
No,
entire
is it?
Skypiea arc is a filler arc.
It's canon.
Yeah, like some events of it, yeah, but it's
No,
still
all of it's
not
canon.
in the manga.
I'm almost certain it's canon because Enel goes to the moon.
Filler doesn't mean it's not canon. Filler means it's not in the manga.
I look from what I've heard. Filler is not canon. It's probably only canon to the anime because the reason why it's called
Right, it is
filler.
only canon to the anime.
Right, but I distinctly remember seeing a scene like a manga panel of Enel on the moon because in the anime he got shot to the moon. Luffy dog walked him and sent his ass to the moon, and there is a picture of Enel looking at an ancient like a mural or whatever with the moon people, like the little tiny people that live on the moon. And he ended up I think he ends up making his own empire up there. Like he the fucking
So
sickness
I
thing.
would like to. Is it alright if I respond to the prompt? I don't want to interject.
Yeah,
I
you're
know you
fine.
guys are having a conversation.
Yeah, you're good.
So I am a really gorgeous mixture of a lot of things. And when I was little, people would make fun of me because I wasn't this enough or that enough. And
Hmm.
my grandfather had to sit me down and speak to me in things that I enjoy: food, trucks, and pups. So a lot of times when I speak, I will speak about things in terms of trucks, cars, automobiles, the way torque versus horsepower, or food, the way you enjoy it, the way you take care of ingredients, or pups. I have large dogs, over 85 pounds. My Connie Corso is the picture. That's Mansa Musa. Asher Anruri. He's the love of my life. He's a medical alert dog. He's a service dog, but he is much more than that. I foster and I have a business because of large dogs not having the attention that they need. So, food, pups, and trucks is me. That's me. That's who I am. I have a tiny voice, but tiny but mighty. That's what
Love that.
my papa used to say. Tiny but mighty. And so when I got picked on and told I was less than, he tried to explain what are the things that I like and what are the things that he likes. And so the easiest way was gelato. So he picked his favorite, and I picked my favorite, and he put them in a bowl, and he said, I'm going to enjoy this. Are you going to enjoy this? I said, yes. Yes, Nona. Well, he's my noni. He's my grandfather. And so he said, well, so would it bother you if it's in the same bowl? I said, no. He said, you are all of my favorite things in the same bowl. I don't need to pick and choose. You're all of my favorite things. So that is why I know it's not about who had smecks. It's not about who rex. It's not about who raised you, who you're genetically responsible for, accountable to. It's about community. It's about being powerful, loved, respected, honored. That is much more valuable. That's what you keep
I
with you.
agree. I agree because I mean, there's evidence like empathy is not something that just kind of came up. Like there's evidence of ancient humans having kids with Down syndrome, and they still treat them like they there's evidence that those babies that had Down syndrome were meticulously taken care of. Like they were well taken care of because it was thought that, it was survival of the fittest. Ooh, that is a big ass baby. Um, yeah. Anyways, my bad. Almost had a heart attack. Anywho, it used to be believed that people, it was just kind of like survival of the fittest. Like, oh, you got a broken leg, shit out of luck for you. But that's actually not the case. Like, there's there have been like fossils of people that, there's evidence that they were injured or had some sort of sustained some sort of injury, and they were taken care of. So I agree with you. Like, this is something that people really need to kind of go back to.
If Dom Laws is still watching, which I think
Right
he is,
now,
talking to us.
if you were to fall or be injured, I'm a surfer and I've been in the ocean and had sharks, whales, fish, all the creatures. And absolutely the most peaceful thing ever is that we're all there as little tiny little specks of nothingness. And I've had whales help me get in to the shore because I was far, far, far out of it. And I was exhausted. I couldn't paddle anymore. And the waves weren't coming in. And there was a riptide. And they redirected me and my board to safety. That's community. They've seen me there every day. They know my smell. They know my pheromones. They know me. And they know I was in danger. They helped me. These animals, you would say, help me get to safety.
Were they
I know
dolphins
it
or
was
whales?
only them. Yeah, no, whales. Whales. The whole pod. I hang out with them. I'm not a threat. I don't bother them. I'm not a tourist. I'm community. I'm family. Familia. So when I was gassed, they literally flipped me, kept pushing me, till I got close enough to be able to paddle myself in. I was gassed. And then came the decline of our culture. These mounds of contamination. It was the most beautiful experience ever. And I will always remember that feeling of, I felt like air, like nothing, peace. When I was totally done, I was ready to say, you know what? This is it, ocean. You win. These whales came up booty bumping me with the water. Just pushing me. And I was like, you know what? Thank you. I appreciate you. I didn't have to say it. But when you put your head underneath the water, you can hear them singing and speaking. They're like, oh, this little dumb idiot. Okay, help the human. Okay. It was so sweet. It was so precious. I have nothing but respect. That is the energy that we share, all of us collectively. Whether you're aware of it or not,
There's a
we
law.
all have it.
There's a law against us, like, I'm trying to communicate with like cetaceans, so that's like dolphins and whales. I'm not saying you did anything wrong. I just kind of want to put that into perspective. Like, why is there a law to where we can't try to talk to them?
Well, because people abuse it. And like manatees, I grew up in Florida and it's illegal to touch them. They can walk up or swim up to you, but don't touch them, don't engage with them because they are just like the most peaceful spirits and people abuse it. They want to take pictures, get selfies, they want to pet them, they want to give them beer, they want to do this, It's so disgusting. It's disgusting.
Are we talking about manatees?
Yes.
Manatees, man, I wish it was true that they were just some like peaceful spirits or something like that. And that's a very beautiful way to look at them. And they generally are docile creatures. They still have been known from time to time.
I grew up in South Florida. When I would leave Dominican Republic, I would go to South Florida. And we had the most gorgeous experiences. But we had so many manatees that had injuries. You could see where boats had injured them, scarred them. People had injured them. Like, it was bad. It was bad.
Manatees are like the pandas of the ocean.
Pops, are you familiar with what's going on with the coqui frog in Puerto Rico?
Say it again.
Or do you know what's happening to the coqui frog in Puerto Rico?
Oh my
Those rules to
gosh.
stay
That
away
is
from manatees
despicable.
protect you
Please,
just as much as the
please.
manatees.
It's so despicable.
It
It
pisses
really
me off.
is.
It
I
pisses me
am
off.
aware of it, and I just really hope that people can just get yourself together. Like, simmer. Take a deep breath. Animals are not here for you to they're not your entertainment. We're supposed to exist, coexist. In a matriarchal society, you honor everything. You don't take more than you need. You replenish. You don't exist just to occupy space. There's a purpose, and there's respect, and there's that's
Yeah,
the world we're living in for most people.
it really just bothers me that people are taking it into their own hands because they're going to. What really irritates me is that it's people that aren't from there, right? It would be kind of one thing if it was people that live there, but at the same time, I think it would still be stupid as hell. But I digress. It's the fact that it's people that aren't even from Puerto Rico coming to Puerto Rico, fucking going in hotels or Airbnbs, then going out and fucking going out Fortnite style at night when they hear the fucking coqui frog. Like, dog. Like, somebody said that that was like ecological colonization. And I fucking agree because that shit's so fucking fried. Like I really want to go. Like I'm like halfway tempted just to go there, like find out who's doing it, sit outside their little thing with a bunch of what's it called, Bluetooth little speakers with the Coqui frog thing, and I'm gonna wait outside and I'm gonna catch them like a Pokemon, not the frogs.
Well, you know what's really amazeballs is that for every person that does that, there are more people like yourself, like myself, like people here, and we do not violate the earth, the universe. There's nothing wrong with understanding. We have a place here, but it isn't to grape
Yeah.
everything. Take. It's not about that. The most beautiful experiences I've ever had was when it was a mutual exchange. Those are the things that matter.
Yeah.
And I know I sound utopian, hippy dippy, but I'm real. This is how I behave, how I conduct myself.
No, I mean I agree.
I will not allow myself to be something less than. I am a creator,
I would
and I honor
I would
that.
take it. I would take it one step further. Humans, so like the whole grape argument, and I'm this might be an unpopular opinion. For one, I'm not justifying it. I'm just gonna say it right now. I'm not. 'Cause that shit's wrong. But people who do it are fucking animals, and I mean that in the most literal sense because that is a animal behavior. Like that, like you're doing some animalistic ass shit. So, like, I just feel like humanity as a whole is just a very, like, animalistic, like, very young, like, species. And, like, don't get me wrong, there are a lot of, common, decent people, but for the entirety of us to not be like that, we still need a lot of time. And, like, just the way society is, in my opinion, it just kind of, like, makes it worse.
Snapped. I think what you're saying is very valid and important. I would challenge the next prompt and say, what is the worst thing you've ever done? What is the worst thing? And of course, legal, whatever, la la la. But the worst thing I've ever done, realistically, between you and I and all of TikTok and all the millions of people, was I lied to someone. I told them I loved them. I told them I wanted them. I told them I would be with them forever. And I knew I was not going to do it. The reason why I did it was because it was beneficial at the moment. I was a predator. I preyed upon somebody's emotions to benefit me. And I am not sorry about it. I'm sorry that I'm not sorry I did it because it was sink or swim. However, there are a lot of ways to skin a cat. You don't have to be that way. So I'm sorry to that person, and I have spoken to them about that. And you know what they said? They said, I'm rich, I'm wealthy, I got what I wanted, you got what you needed. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. No problem, food pups. Don't worry about it. I knew what you were doing. I was aware of it. It didn't bother me. That's when I realized we're all accountable. We're all aware. We're not dumb dummies like Fred Sanford, you know? You're not a dumb dummy. You know what's going on.
Yeah.
It's just important that you state the obvious. I am what I am. The scorpion and the frog. I won't sting you. I won't sting you. I just need to get across the river. The frog is like, you're gonna do it. You're gonna. And the scorpion's like, no, I won't. Why would I do it? I would drown as well. Like, why would I? No, I won't. Halfway across, stings the frog. The frog is like, hey, what? Why? Scorpion's like, it's my nature. It's my nature. They both drown, but it was his nature. What do you want him to do? Most people are not willing to do the work to make themselves successful, let alone care about you.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that.
And when we were speaking about Italiano and complexion and melanin, when you speak of Pangea, the space where all of the places were connected, and the tectonic plates made them shift, and now you have different places, areas. You have South America, North America, la 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 la. However, melanin is what makes your skin dark. And there are Asians with dark skin, there are Anglo-Saxons with dark skin, there are Caribbeans with dark skin, there are Africans with white skin, light skin. So when you think about migration and you are being logical, I'm much more logical than I am emotional. I think emotions are frivolous. Like, what do I need them for? I love you means nothing. It's an overused word. So, I digress. When you speak about why are certain people have a wide nose or dark skin or curly hair or different features, they're universal. There are plenty. Just because you've only seen light skin, YT looking Spanish people, oh, there are Afro Latinas. Oh, there are Afro Asians. There are, the melanin sticks. But what's hard is they want you to be as blonde, as mute, as translucent, as malleable as possible. And that is what that trait is. It's a recessive gene. It is nothing more than that. It's a recessive gene. It doesn't make you better or less. It's just a gene. It's DNA.
Yeah,
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I'm well aware of that. There's just I don't know if you were just well yeah, we were talking about that, but there's certain people who I'm not with the race. I'm not with the race theory shit, right? Like that like the people who believe that type of like the bad stuff that who think that just because you're one thing you're better than everybody else. I think that's stupid. Like we're all one species that just adapt, like we're a specialized species that have like just adapted for different environments, like how you were saying. Um, the dark skin melanin is literally just for protection against UV rays, and in places like Europe and wherever that doesn't have that high UV exposure, you have lighter skinned people because the darker skin really isn't needed because it's all doom and gloom in the UK and fucking Russia. But when you go like uh way up north with the Inuits, I believe the reason why they're dark skinned or like they have darker skin and they're not like whitey is because of like the fact that it's like snowy year round. So like the sunlight reflects off of the snow and it's so fucking bright.
It is so. It will argue. It will, yeah.
You're cutting in and
You're
out.
ro- wealthy. That's why Eskimos, that's why indigenous people are darker complected. They have more melanin, believe it. It's not about smarter, better. I'm not trying to interrupt, but I want to contribute. Say, there's a time when it was adorable to be really overweight. And you saw all these pictures and portraits painted of these fat, chunky, fluffy women. Because if you're wealthy, then that means you can eat. Or in other areas, they would say, oh, you're no work. You're not a worker. You're not in the sun. That's why you're light. Because you're wealthy. You don't have to work. You're not a slave. You're, an owner. You're a master. So it's all much more about culture than it is about the productivity of it, the ability to succeed and live, whether you are whatever continent. There are dark people that have melanin. Mansa Musa, the richest man that ever lived, was dark complected. He traveled, he didn't grape, he encouraged, he invited. Versus the Romans, the Vikings that pillaged, stole, murdered, raped, proud of it. So how can you say you're not of me when all they did was infect themselves into other people, if you will? You know what I'm saying? So we're all intermixed, we're all intermingled, whether you like it or not. But the people that are highly melanated, it's easy to point them out and say, oh, I don't like that. Oh, it's those people. But really, every time you point your finger, there's 3 more fingers pointing at
I
yourself.
see. That's the funny thing. I did a live earlier where I had a fella. What was it? It was I was talking about the Orange Man, the Cheeto, our Cheeto president, and evolution and other things. But Buddy, he was YT, and he basically was saying how he doesn't like how like Middle Eastern people are coming into our country and like practicing their culture because I guess it's like affecting the European stock. And I'm like, dog, what the fuck are you yapping about? Who cares?
Did he really go to
No,
the
like I'm
stock?
not. No.
Like
Not to.
his chattel?
Oh, okay. You
Wow.
got what I was saying. I thought you meant like. I thought you. Okay.
Yes. No. I get it. No, somebody just screamed at me because when I was little, my papa, I'm multicultural, and so I was betrothed through my mother's family to a man that was 60 years old, had 2 other wives, and I was supposed to like marry him. That was what was supposed to be done. And I remember my papa coming to me and saying, "Hey, food, I'm not really comfortable with this. Are you okay? Do you want to do this? Do you want this to be the tradition that we keep going with?" And I was like, "Nope, I don't want to do it." And he was like, "All right, let's go get ice cream." We walked out of a whole arranged ceremony, blah, blah, blah. We left out the back door. My papa took me, we had ice cream, and we went by the beach, and we hung out, and they were calling, and and he was like, "You know what? I didn't really ever agree with it." He's a Catholic. My mother is the person that had the traditional stuff. And so I'm the only girl, 6 brothers, only girl. So in my culture, the girls, you basically take care of the family if you don't get married. So like that's your choice. Stay home, don't get married, or get married for the purpose of business contracts and improving business, basically. So this guy was like, "Oh, you're a liar. People don't behave like that. Blah, blah, blah. La, 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 la." And I was like, "Sir, I already said I'm not married. I have not been married. And my papa protected me. He did ask me." And he was like, "Nobody would ask a 6-year-old. Blah." And I was like, "Dude, simmer. Thank goodness my papa did ask me."
Yeah.
And him and my mother had a long conversation after that, I'm certain. But they got a divorce, quite frankly, to be honest. I feel like I'm the reason they got a divorce. Because he said, "No, my daughter, that is my daughter. She didn't have to work a day in her life. She does not have to be a third wife to a 60-year-old man. because of your tradition, contracts, business. She's not business. She's my child. That's my daughter. She's not a contract. And I respect him for doing that. However, I do understand why people keep traditions. I get it. But my papa cared enough about food pups and trucks to say, you know what? Let's go get ice cream.
In
Let's
my
go get
opinion,
gelato. We're
it
not doing that.
like if we're talking about ancient times, like back when like people traded like goats and shit for like their daughter's hand in marriage, this type of thing, yeah, it would make more sense. I'm not saying it's justified, but like nowadays, dog, just get a job or like try to start a business. Like, don't use your fucking kids as like a business investment.
No, there are just people out here that want to have multiple wives, and if they have enough money, they think it's okay. That doesn't matter. How are you treating them? Are they loved? Are they valued? Like, does that even matter? No, it's not a love marriage. That's what I've been taught since I was a baby. Marriage is not about love. It's a contract. It's a business arrangement.
That's unfortunate.
So all this romanticized rom-com stuff that Americans think about, I'm like, what are you talking about? It's a business.
Damn.
If you don't produce a son, you get kicked out. However, none of them realize that the man dictates what gender. It's not the female. The X and Y chromosomes, oh, they're there. She can only give you an X. You have to give a Y or another X to make the gender. But they've been blaming women for ages for making a son or a daughter. No, it's the man that makes a son or a daughter. That's genetics.
I didn't know that actually.
A woman only gives an X chromosome. I'm sorry, a Y chromosome. So it's an X. So an X and a Y will make a male. An XX is a girl. So you have to be able to give me that male. I'm only gonna be an egg. You make it a boy or a girl. It's never the woman. It's the man that makes it a boy or a girl. So all of these generations of people are like, oh, she doesn't produce boys. Get
No,
rid of her.
H, yo, you crazy than a mug, yo. Everybody believes that theory. It's a theory for a reason.
Men produce the gender.
It
isn't the woman.
It's a theory. It's not fact.
No, sweetheart. I am an intersex person. I'm a twin. In utero, my brother was weaker than me. I absorbed him. I ate him. And I came out a girl. I have both. I am both. However, I am a girl. 100%. Uterus, vulva, la la la. I ate my brother. He was weaker. But I'm still a twin. I still have his DNA inside of me.
What?
So if I committed a murder, I could get away with it because I could have both DNAs.
What?
How about those
Are you
apples?
okay? Are you all right? You okay
Yeah,
today?
it's real.
It's
real.
I'm glad you believe that. I'm glad that. I'll
No.
smoke for that.
It's totally
No,
fine.
I'm-
It's called science. It's not a debate. It's reality.
Yeah, it's not. It's
I
a
have meat in my
theory.
sandwich. I have boots on the ground. This
That's
is
why
reality.
That's why science don't know how the world got started. That's why science don't know nothing, and it's all theories, right? Science
I
doesn't know.
don't want to freak you out, but
Yeah.
what would it matter whether I was a girl or a boy?
It doesn't.
There were two, and now
You're
there's
saying
one.
it's science, and I'm saying
So
it's
how do you
bullshit.
explain that? There were two, and then there's one.
What?
How do you explain that?
Explain what?
There were twins inside of her, and then only one baby came out.
Well, you ate it.
I absorbed him. I ate him. I was like, listen, dude,
You remember that?
I'm gonna fail.
You remember that?
I feel something inside of me since I was tiny.
Yeah, you did. You
Like
feel a lot
there's
of-
never like a conversation with myself. I feel like I've always had like good advice, bad advice, like like the devil on your shoulder, la la la, like in a cartoon. I feel like
Yeah.
I've always had something like outside of me telling me, well, I don't like that, or I don't want to do that, or la 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 la.
you're
Not like
right.
a crazy person,
You have a feeling
but
inside.
just different.
That's science, huh? You're feeling science, huh?
I know that there's something more than me.
Right, right. You could test it scientifically too, huh?
And they have done my blood work. I was in a bad car accident. I
Yeah.
had 20